Yeah, Memang Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, the chairperson of the African Union Commission, she's also made her entrance at the sports ground. We're expecting a whole lot of people, thousands of people are already inside the dome where the actual service is going to be taking place. President Jacob Zuma will be delivering the eulogy in honor of the struggle stalwarts. They started very early at her home in Vryburg and back to Huhudi, where the church service happened. So this is going to be one of the most historic moments, especially for the people of the Northwest. This is a person who was regarded not only as an activist, but a mother to many activists across the landscape of our country. So we're expecting a whole lot of activities. Then we'll be joined by Vuyo Mvoko and Griselda Lewis. Yeah. Mama Ruth, as she was fondly known, played a very much important role in the struggle against apartheid. She went out of the country at a very young age, and she mentored a whole lot of other young women who came in exile when she was still there representing the ANC abroad, especially where he was based in the UK, in London, where she was a special representative, the first high-profile position she held abroad. So we know that she's also played a critical role in terms of making sure that there is training, military training for many young women who went into exile. We ask her as to her role in the struggle and the sacrifices that were made, and what does that means for her and the country she dearly loved.
I think with all the difficulties, it was a life well lived. I think if I were to be asked to make a choice, I would make the same choice, except that I would want to see that my mother should be there when I come back, and that my children should live longer than they lived, and that as it happens, this is not something that happened to me only. This is what happened to a lot of those of us who went into the struggle. They lost at great losses. They lost their children. They lost their parents. They lost their mates, their husbands or wives. This was the role. This is what happened to most of us. But if I had to choose again, and if the situation was the same in South Africa, I would still join the struggle, and I would still go out to learn to fight against the regime that would be in place. I would do exactly the same thing. And I'm very happy that I did. I would like to be remembered as a cadre of the African National Congress. Cadre who was called and answered, and who carried out the instructions and the commands of the African National Congress up to the end.
Well, a very special welcome from me, Vuyo Mvogo, especially to the 52 African countries that are also watching, that joined the SABC family as from yesterday. We welcome you all. Well, we are indeed bearing one of the stalwarts of our struggle here in South Africa, Mayor Ruth Mompati, the President Jacob Zuma, who will be giving a keynote address, the eulogy, has indeed just arrived, and so has the family. To my left are family members who have just gotten off their kumbis, the kumbis that brought them here, and they will be proceeding to the venue right behind me. Well, we will, of course, as my colleagues have said, be bringing you the proceedings live from Vryburg here in the province of the Northwest. Well, the people you are seeing going right to my side, to my left-hand side, are indeed members of the family that I was talking about, who have just been dropped at the point on the other side. Well, you are going to stay with us for the next few hours. But for now, though, let's take you very briefly through one of the episodes of her life. And that's when she was being given that award that the ANC, the ruling party in South Africa, gives to its stalwarts and people who have made an immense contribution to not only the African National Congress, but who have played a significant role in bringing our country to where it is. And one of the prime award, I should say, that the ANC gives to its people is Istwalandwe Siaparangwe, which Mayor Ruth Mompati did receive. And incidentally, in the same year that the ANC was celebrating 100 years of existence. Let's take a listen and a look at that particular insert.
Malibongwe, igama lamakhosikazi, igama lomama.
Congratulations, Comrade Ruth. You deserve it. You spend the rest of your time in this organization, in the leadership. Thank you very much, and congratulations once again. Thank you.
Amanda. Comrades, I don't know if I have anything to say, but I've also I should have a lot to say, but I'm overwhelmed. I can only say that I'm receiving this honor on behalf of the women I've been with in the more than 50 years that I've spent in the struggle. On a day like this, I think of women like Lillian Ngoyi. I think of women like Madi Nocha, who was sentenced to death because of her resistance to the laws of apartheid. She refused to be part of what was happening in it. She was a chief or a head of her people, a leader of her people. I received this on behalf of women like Helen Joseph. I received this on behalf of women like Lillian Ngoyi. And I also particularly receive it on behalf of women like Bertha Kowa, or Bertha Mashaba as she was known when she was younger. I received this on behalf of the women who were mowed down in Zeerust when they refused to be part of the Bantu affairs arrangements of their villages. I receive this on behalf not only the women, but of all members, young people, men and women I was with in MK. Women, young men and women who taught me how to use a gun, who taught me how to be part of MK. I receive this on their behalf. But last but not least, I receive this on behalf of our young people, my sons of our members, sons of the people of South Africa who laid down their lives for this freedom. I thank you.
Well, Mayor Ruth Mompati receiving Istwalandwe Siaparanko. Well, joining me now is one of the women who have been inspired by Mayor Ruth Mompati's life and who in her own right is a leader in the ANC. It must be a sad day for you, but also it must be a day of celebration, given that people like you have really taken their cue in so many respects from women like Mayor Ruth Mompati.
Yes, it's more of a day of a celebration because of the kind of life that Mayor Ruth left. I'm one of those women who, when we were young, in exile in Tanzania, in Angola, in Russia, she was of inspiration to us because she always used to discipline us one way or the other. Every time you had to come and see Mayor Ruth, you had to know your story, number one. You had to be prim and proper. You had to be properly dressed. But more than anything else, you had to have your politics in the right place all the time, 24/7. She is the one that used to ask us about the Freedom Charter all the time. You had to know all the clauses of the Freedom Charter by head. And then coming back from exile and being in South Africa again, building institutions of governance, she was very committed in ensuring that democracy thrives in South Africa. And again, she was one of those women who, when it came to women issues, she was in the forefront. I remember when I traveled to Sweden and she was the ambassador in Sweden and she received us there, who were a group of women from all the 9 provincial legislatures as members of the provincial legislatures, and she welcomed us in Sweden. And for us and for her, it was about learning how Parliament operates.
Now, let me take you back to the exile days for a second. What was her specific role? Why did you have to come before her every now and again?
She was in the leadership positions of the ANC and one of the few women, because remember, it's easy for us to see women like myself being in positions and think that it has always been like that, even in our own organization. Women had to struggle to make sure that they are also recognized as just as capable as any other member of the African National Congress. So she was in the leadership positions, which meant that she had to raise her voice as far as women's issues are concerned. And therefore, she also used to visit the camps, visit the schools. She used to visit Solomon Mahlangu Freedom College, which was in Tanzania. She also had to visit us when we were in the camps doing our liberation, our training in Angola. And all that she came to do was to inspire us and tell us that one day we shall be free. And here we are today, we are free. And the number of years that she already spent after 1994, my view is that she has carried the spear up to the last. Now it's our responsibility to carry it on and ensure that we live the kind of South Africa and we create the kind of South Africa that she wanted. She was a woman of the people. She was more concerned about how people lived. She visited communities quite often, and in fact she chided us when she realized that we're not going to the communities as much as we possibly can. And I mean, imagine that she was an ambassador, but she was able to come back and be a mayor, because for her, that wasn't an issue that, oh, I was at national level, how can I now come down to local, she was at national level, how can she now come down to the provincial, to the local level? She understood that being a leader, you can be deployed, you can be sent anywhere where you have to serve the people. She was an inspiration to us all in terms of ensuring that we understand the responsibility that stands in front of us.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much for your tributes as well.
My pleasure.
And all the best to you as you take over from such stalwarts.
With pleasure.
Thank you very much. Well, we are going to now cross over to my colleague Tsepo Ikaneng, who is on the other side of where I am right now. It's over to you, Tsepo.
Thank you very much, Voyo. As we know that Mama Ruta was not only an activist, she was like a mother to many of those who were growing up within the movement. One of those is Meping Kimoloi, one of the leaders and a mayor, executive mayor of the Dr. Kenneth Kaunda District Municipality. Can you just briefly tell us about how Mama Ruta inspired you?
Fortunately, because we happened to lead at the same time Le Mama Ruta, when the Mama Ruta was also the executive mayor of Mona Lady Municipality, and at the same time I was also executive mayor of Kenneth Kaunda. Mama Ruta was a forthright person. She will actually tell you straight in your face about whether you are wrong. If you are wrong, she will tell you that you are wrong. And I have happened not to be who I am today because I was inspired by her, because somewhere, somehow, she will actually tell me straight in my face that here you are out of order and you'll have to conform. And
You're youngest one.
Mama Ruta o straight, o sa batleng dilo di sa dirweng tse di sa dirweng ka tsela. Ona batla all the time, you must be on time. Actually, she gets very mad if you are late for a meeting. She would actually be on us. Young people, rona ka nako ya rona ya mkhondo we sizwe ne re sa ga o seo ka nako e rileng ra tsamara go heta ra go tlogela. So ene go bua nnete, she was not the type of a leader who ona le fake. She would actually tell you straight in your face whether o utlwa botlhoko or ga o utlwe botlhoko. She would actually tell you. If you remember now recently ka reburial ya JB Max, ga se motho o rata le go ikobonya. Ha ke mo tsaya ke re mo isa kwa le gore a ile go tshela mobu, she will say I want ke batla go itsamaisa. Gore she was that person ona le very strong. And I think leadership ya gage for us as young women who are coming after them, now as a person, I think ke ungwetswe mo tswa mo gene Mama Ruta gore re tshwentse re itshware jang ja ka re le baitapele ba bo mme ebile re gata mo ba gatileng teng. I think mmeo ya le o buang di nnete fela ka dinako tso tsotlhe re tshwentse re ithute go le gontsi mo gene o sa rekeng sefatlego sa opela. Re tshwentse re ithute go le gontsi go tswa mo gene. Nna ebile ke ithutile go le gontsi, mare re latlhegetse ja ka setšhaba ka kakaretso, not only ba setšhaba sa ko ke tswang go teng ko Kenneth Kaunda District Municipality, ba setšhaba ka kakaretso sa province ya rona Bokone Bophirima le the entire country, not even only the entire country, including the continent. Yesterday, you know that I was with Dr. Kenneth Kaunda himself, and we reported to him. He is actually, he knows, and he's not happy. He's actually paying he sends his condolences to the family and friends and comrades of the African National Congress, Mama Ruta.
Me mamlo ke itumela thata go bo ke buile le wena re solofela fa le gore le tla tsa boeteledipele bo le gore le boithutile mo go Mama Ruta le tswelele ka pele go gore go pele gore tota le etelepele setšhaba se sa rona. This is Me Pinky Moloi. She's a mayor at the Kenneth Kaunda District Municipality. She was inspired by Mama Ruta. As we are talking to you now, the procession is on its way here, and I think I'll give back to Voyo.
Well, the procession you are seeing there, of course, is now currently making its way to the dome behind me, which is where the official funeral service will be conducted in a short while. The president has already arrived, and many people have already taken their seats. The dome is almost full, and we are expecting proceedings to begin as soon as the hearse arrives here any minute from now. Well, if you've just joined us, you're watching a live broadcast of the funeral service of Ruth Mompati, an ANC stalwart who served her organizations over decades and decades in various capacities. One of among her outstanding attributes, I should say, her humility, but also her ability to get everyone to really sit and listen to one another and hear each other's point of view. As many of the people were saying, the people we've been speaking to throughout this morning, one of the things they admire about her was indeed her humility. A humility which saw today having less and less bureaucracy, because we are told she insisted that the day she dies, there shouldn't be a separation between, the elite and the masses. Everyone today is just taking their seats wherever they can be comfortable. No VVIPs and VVVIPs. Well, I am now going to hand over to my colleague Tsepo Ikaneng, who is going to give us a sense of what is happening from his vantage point. Tsepo?
Thank you very much, Voyo. From my position, basically it's a red carpet, as you can see here. Most of the top delegates, including President Jacob Zuma, will be making their way here. Already, Rekhalima Motlante, including Memang Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, have already used this path where I'm staying to basically make their way into the dome. And again, behind me, we see the
Repression Forum at the time, and Mafikeng was part of the Northern Cape in terms of the ANC at the time. So she and quite a number of senior leaders were deployed, like Mebale Gambet, Iso Pahat, Ronnie Castles and others. But the particular moment that I will never forget is on the 7th of August 1993, we were burying one of the Mafikeng anti-repression members, Butu Mahila, who had died in an accident. It was quite a very difficult situation, but she managed to speak in a church in Muntsiwa and addressed masses. Although when we were going to the graveyard, some of the buses where the youth were chanting were diverted to the Mabatu police station, and we were later detained. Another incident is in November around 1993. We had organized a march from the Mafikeng post office to the embassy of South Africa. Charles van der Waal was the ambassador to South Africa in Bophuthatswana. So we organized that march. We slept in a safe house and awaited her and Mani Dipitso to arrive. Mani was wearing a beard. He was, I know that now recently he is clean shaven. At that time he was wearing a beard, and they were traveling in the Kumbi when they were stopped about 20 km before Mafikeng by the Bob police then. When the police opened the Kumbi to check the IDs and what have you, Mam Ruth asked one of the police, "Hey, my son, are you married?" And this policeman says, "Yes, Mama, I am married. But look at this old man. I'm going to look for a wife for him in Mafikeng." And they were able to go past the roadblock, join us later at the safe house, and then we went to the Mafikeng post office. She was supposed to lead a march. There were hundreds of police there, But people came when they saw the leadership, they came. There had to be negotiations, and later the march was obviously abandoned because she did not want us to take a risk because there were going to be casualties, knowing the brutality of the Bophuthatswana police. She was escorted out of Mafikeng, but when we arrived at the police station, before they just escorted her and money out of Mafikeng and detained us. General Sleke wanted to know exactly what had happened, and they said this old lady told us that he was going to look for to pay lobola, and that's how she was evaded the roadblock. But her humility has left an indelible mark in all of us. My wish is that all of us can emulate her, and we will definitely take South Africa to greater heights.
Mr. Themba Gqwebini, thanks very much for your time. This is one of the prominent politicians from the Northwest, basically, who also interacted a lot with Mama Ruta during those dark days of apartheid, and is now back to Vuyo.
Thanks very much, Tsepo. Well, indeed, the family has arrived, and I spotted in that first car Sophie de Bruyn, who is among the people who will be speaking, paying tributes today at this funeral service. A sign indeed that proceedings inside this dome are indeed about to begin. The presidency is also a part of this procession. And inside, most people are already seated. It hasn't filled up just yet, but will do so very, very soon, because outside people are already have been streaming in, going through security checks. Lots and lots of people still standing outside or making their way into the showgrounds, which is where we are and where this funeral service will be held over the next few hours. Once again, a chance to welcome the continent of Africa, which from yesterday, 52 countries have joined in watching the SABC channel 404, which is now enlarged quite significantly its footprint throughout the continent. Virtually everyone with a connection throughout the continent will now be able to watch SABC News channel 404, and as soon as the digital migration happens, we will of course be able also to see this channel throughout the country, just in the same way that people are seeing SABC 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. We hope that will happen, and will happen sooner rather than later. Many of you will know that among the obstacles were court cases that happened that ensured that that process is somewhat delayed. Of course, not the only problem. There were other delays that made this possible. Well, I'm going to hand over to Tsepo Ikaneng, who is on the red carpet, shall we call it. Tsepo, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Vuyo. As I'm talking to you, many dignitaries are making their way in here. We are seeing the ministers also coming, Minister Lindiwe Sisulu, and the also Premier of the Northwest who was here. So I'm trying to stop the minister to basically come and chat about the Mama Ruta. We have Minister Lindiwe Sisulu. How are you, ma'am? And how are you feeling this morning at the day to bury one of the most loved activists of our times?
I'm very sad. But she has lived a life. She has given us our freedom. She has helped give us our freedom. She has given us a great deal of confidence in ourselves and in what we women are capable of doing. She was very strong on women's liberation. She has given us a sense of dignity, a sense of pride, and we couldn't have asked for more, but I'm very sad.
From what she taught you as young activists, what do you think the present youth of today, especially girl childs, could learn to take her legacy forward?
Well, she always believed that girl children were equal to boy children and were equal to any task given to them. From a very early age, she was very active in making sure that women were given equal treatment. And the space has been opened up for girl children now. And if they could only just look at her life and see what is possible. She was very strong on issues of principle, issues of discipline, issues of, carrying yourself in a way that you'd be proud of when you look back on your life. All of those values that are very important to any growing young woman.
Amongst many of her colleagues, obviously, she was an international citizen, having stayed in many countries abroad, including here in Africa.
Yes.
What does that mean about being an internationalist of her caliber?
Well, the fact that she was deployed by the ANC to all these places as representing the ANC before we were accredited the status of being an independent country shows the confidence that the ANC had in her and in women in particular. And she carried her work out with a great deal of grace and very proud of what she has done as a representative in East Germany then, as a chief representative in Britain and anywhere else that she was deployed.
I mean, as the Sisulus growing up, you also felt that love from the mother Mama Ruta. What's your message to her if she had to hear you saying bye-bye to her?
Well, I spent a lot of time with her as she was passing away, so I got the time to tell her how much I love her, how much I appreciated the fact that she was there for me when my parents were not there. And I got the enormous joy of having her tell me she loved me, and I couldn't ask for more.
Okay. Lindiwe Sisulu, one of those people who really benefited from the comfort of Mama Ruta as a mother, because it's one of the siblings of the Sisulus. They also grew under her care, so paying that touching tribute to Mama Ruta, and it's now back to Vuyo.
Thank you, Ruth Mompati, for living your life in an exemplary manner and for teaching us, but also for inspiring us. Well, let's go back to Tsepo. Tsepo has the public protector, Umama Utuli Madonzela. Tsepo?
Thank you very much, Vuyo. I'm having the most also prominent citizen, Vema Tulimadonsela Dumela. How are you feeling this morning, and what's your tribute to late Mama Ruta?
Dumela, I am feeling a sense of firstly excitement, but also sadness. Excitement that we are reconnected today as a people to celebrate the life of somebody who has dedicated her life to our freedom. Sad, of course, that she has departed.
I mean, there's a lot that we have learned, including yourself. Are you able to pick up some of the best that you have learned from her leadership?
I think what I have learned from her leadership is a sense of selfless service, a sense of being what you call a servant leader. Throughout her life, from the days she worked with Nelson Mandela to the days she joined the MK And recently, when she came back to the country, she served the best she could. She sought no glory, she sought no adulation, she sought no material gains. She just served the best she could.
As a parting shot, I mean, molaetsa o le gore o batla go fa bašwa kgotsa the future generations of our leader of our country ke o feng with regard to what Mama Ruta stood for?
To the young ones, Kiri, you stand on the shoulders of giants such as Mam Ruth Mompati. Bona Baseve at a time when it was difficult, when women were not even regarded as leadership material, but they did such a sterling job. What we need to do is to take the baton and move forward. We can do more to improve the lives of our people.
Ke leboga thata tle Mama Donsela re gopola re solofela fa ile gore le tla gomosega re ye kopele jaaka naga ya Afrika Borwa ke a leboga e le ruri ke Mama Tulima Donsela a bua le rona go tloga ka kaone mo seraleng sa rona mo go tlayang ba telepele ba farologaneng re solofetse go bona mo president Jacob Zuma a goroga ka kwano moraga gore hese e le gore e tlia le Mama Ruta e goroge ka kwano, and is now back to Vuyo.
Well, thanks very much to Tsepo. Well, inside, really, you saw the Chief Justice Mogoeng, as well as other members, senior members of the ruling party, the African National Congress, including Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa, up in song, really celebrating the life of this stalwart. Well, she was also Ruth Mompati, someone who, as you will have heard from the women in particular who were paying tribute to her throughout this morning, but also throughout the week, that one of the things she stood steadfastly for was to fight for the rights of women, as the public protector Tulima Donsela was saying just now. Back in the day that when Ruth Mompati was an activist, it wasn't as we are seeing and having it today, where women are in senior positions, where they are being recognized, albeit not quite to the extent that things should really be. But back in the day, they were hardly visible. And one of the things that she did, one of the things that Ruth Mompati did, was to actually acknowledge and pay tribute to the men who actually showed the way, men like another stalwart in the form of Undade Sisulu, Walter Sisulu. And let's just take a listen to her paying tribute to Walter Sisulu for his contribution in making sure that women do indeed take their rightful place.
He always made it look as if he really didn't worry about women. Because if we went to him to say, but this is what we want to do, say, these women are mad. But then, for some, we got to know that this was just some that. Well, it was a phrase that he had, or a sentence he had got used to. Say, these women are mad. In fact, we called him, "These women are mad." Even when we were preparing for the march to Pretoria, because we it was organized long before. It was Walter Sisulu who gave us very great support. Not that the other leaders didn't, but the other leaders felt that it's going to be very difficult for us to succeed, to bring all the women from all over South Africa to the union buildings, and that we will fail, and it will not be good if we fail. And we were determined to do that. And it was, again, these women Ahmed who came up and gave us support and, agreed with us that we should go ahead.
We welcome you back to the Vryburg Showgrounds, where the funeral service of Mama Ruta, the late ANC stalwart, will be taking place. With me, I have Uncle Billy Modise, a long-term serving ambassador of South Africa. As we know that he's played a prominent role and is called Uncle Billy, has also interacted a lot with Mama Ruta. Can you just tell us about
yes, we lived together in Lusaka for a number of years. When I was posted there, she was posted there. She took care of us, my family and I. We took care of her. Then I was in the United States, in Sweden, and all over, while she was also all over the world. We have been encouraged by her life, her lifestyle, her attitude to people, to work, commitment. She was a fantastic people. When they say Mayor Ruta, it's really not an extra title.
Re bolelle ka setswana tota gore Mme Ruta ba ne ba e raya e ka yang ha re re Mme Ruta.
Ha re re Mme Ruta ke go re bua ka mme wa lelapa le le shebelang bagolo, bana, batho ba ba sa pheleng sentle. She was all that to all of us. Now, I don't mean just a nuclear family or an extended family. I mean ANC le South Africa. That was her attitude.
Are bua ka this Ubuntu Achievement Award e buang ka yona ya ga Oliver Tambo Lifetime Achievement Award, wa re e diragetse jang le botlhokwa ba yona ke eng?
About a month and a half ago, she and I were given by the President Zuma this lifetime achievement for the work that we each one did for this country. And we were in Cape Town to receive the awards. For me, I felt, apart from feeling good about the award, but it was a privilege and honor that I was put on the same platform with her. I never imagined I would ever share an award with such a great person.
How would you like to see the current generation taking the legacy ya Mama Ruta forward?
I think it's values that ANC, we joined ANC on the basis of some values. Hard work, respect, commitment, not just to the country as such, but to the human beings around you, not just because they're important, but because they're human beings. And one would like to say, with perhaps our freedom and urbanization and all those things, those values seem to be declining. And if the thing that I think we should try and emulate are the values that Meruta was pursuing throughout her life.
Ramodise, Ambassador Modise, ke leboga thata nako ya gago, ke go eleletse masego mo botshelong jwa gago jo bo tshwantse bona le rona ka kwano. Ke a leboga. Ambassador Billy Mudisa is speaking to us about the role that was played by Mama Ruta in terms of mobilizing support for the ANC while she was in exile. They interacted a lot in those missions for many, many, many years. And now, as we know that the president will be arriving very soon, let me take you inside the dome where the whole session, the service will be taking place.
Well, if you just joined us, welcome. You're watching a live broadcast of the funeral service of Ruth Mompati, an ANC stalwart who served his organization and his country for decades and decades in exile here in the country, even after 1994. Started way back decades ago when she worked with Oliver Tambo and Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela back in Johannesburg, and over the decades was dedicated to life underground in exile, working for her movement and organization. Well, the people you're seeing there needing no introduction, former president, former deputy president, Kgalema Motlanthe, as well as the chairperson of the African Union, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma, who is also in the country, who has been in the country for a good few days now, doing her work, African Union work. We had the privilege of listening to her yesterday, speaking to young people especially about the role that they need to play in uplifting Africa, the things that they need to do. But it was an intergenerational conversation, not just a one-way conversation where elders or adults were speaking to young people, but young people as well, among them the deputy minister in the presidency, Buti Manamela, as well as one of the Mandela grandchildren, who really had some really interesting things to say about the future of young people in the country, in the continent of Africa, the things that perhaps we need to have conversations about as a continent if we are to move forward. But today, of course, is not about that. It is about honoring a life well lived, the life of Ruth Mompati, who is being buried today.
Thank you very much, Vuyo. With me, I'm having Minister Maitengwana Mashabane. Ke letsatsi le le botlhokwa thata mo matshelong a lona batho ba le gore le bone dithutego di le dintsi go tswa mo go Mama Ruta. O ikutlwa jang ka letsatsi la gompieno?
I said earlier on, mixed feelings. Maikutlo na go duega a kopana because I think re tsomo le mo gore re godile le rena yanong ga re laela Maruta re o tsamaile tsela entle o re dirile batho o re godisitse o bile mothala o mobotse wa mme wa molela tokologo wa go lela ditokelo tsa basadi gape le go ba a seasoned diplomat and above all a mother to all. Le nna I'm one of those o kileng a kry-a tlotlo ya gore Maruth a mpitse ngwanake o ne a re bitsa banake and I mean ba re mago motho a ile bosetla ebile o fetse go nyanya. I had been blessed to have Maruth in my life. I was saying earlier on ke na le bomme ba babedi ke na le mme wa ka le Maruth.
Re bolelwa gore the funeral service has been attracting a lot of interest in Africa. She has traveled to Tanzania, she has been to East Africa. You're the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation. What does that say about her stature as an internationalist, especially for Africa?
Well, that we are one family. Everywhere she went and everywhere she till the very last, they would embrace her as their own. Go na le batho ka mo batswang mafaseng a fapaneng go di country di fapaneng bo Botswana bo kae dipleke tse a dileng a dula le bona a le go exile ba mo tshwara or ba mo tlotla bjale ka re ke wa bona wa lelapa. So re aga Africa e motlotlo, Africa e nang le kopano, Africa e senang insecurity e yagilweng ke bona bo Ruth Mompati. Re bophelo ba gagwe e ne le molaetso mo botse mo rena wa botho wa humility le wa go sebeletsa setšhaba o sa batle go ikgola.
Legacy e le gore e tlogetse lona jaaka baetapele ba ga jaanong le batla gore e tswelele ko pele jang?
Re batla re tswele pele ka go tseba to be selfless le botho le boikokobetso le go šomela setšhaba. Re tswa gona benong kerekeng go kganyisa e a thusitseng we yaga re tswa ka lapeng la ga mo go dula basadi ba morapelo ba ne ba rapela ko ntlong ya gwe go fitlela a tsamaya sepetlele la bofelo. Maruthi ne le motho wa kgonang a le part ya community a be part ya Africa borwa ka bophara a be a fetse a be mosebeletsi wa setšhaba international.
Ke leboga thata Mema Nkwana Mashabane. This is our Minister of International Relations and Cooperation. Also worked very closely with Mama Ruta.
Well, the hall is almost full as members of the ANC Women's League continue to lead the congregation in song. It's a tribute to one of their own, a person who's paved the way for so many of them, if not all of those who are here today, with the exception perhaps of a few stalwarts who are still able to stand on their own feet and walk the length and breadth of this country. And among them is, of course, Mayor Sophie de Bruyn, who we saw earlier and who will also be paying a tribute. We hope to speak to her before she does that. If you just joined us, you are watching a live broadcast of the funeral service of ANC stalwart Mayor Ruth Mompati, who served the organization for decades, but who also served the country in various capacities. Right now, though, we're going to go to Tsepo, who is standing by with the man you saw earlier, Chief Justice Mogoeng. It's over to you, Tsepo.
Thank you very much, Voyo. A very important day for South Africa, a very sad day indeed, of an end of an era of the life of one of the most celebrated struggle icon, Mema Ruta Mompati. Ke na le Chief Justice Re Mogoeng. Letsatsi le le botlhokwa jang mo go wena, Re Mogoeng?
Ra letsatsi le le botlhokwa thata gonne botshelo ba ga Mema Mompati bonkamile ka ntlha gore ga ke simolola ke sala morago dithuto tsa molao, bangwe ba boramolao ba ke neng ka kgatlhegela thata go itse ka bone ke borre Mandela le Re Tambo, yaka ga o itse ne bana le FM of Tennis le di-partnera mmogo. Mme pilara ya kgatelopele ya that firm of attorney ne le Mema Mompati, gonne jaaka ga o itse e ne le ene wa ba thusang mo tirong eo ya bone. Morago ga fo ke ga ile gore nako ya ga Vryburg e go romelesediwa mo Northwest, Mema Mompati o na rulaganya kopano e kgethegileng ya baagi ba Vryburg go tla go nkamogela kwano, ka simolla go kopana le ene le go mo tlhaloganya botoka ka nako eo. Yaanong ka bokhutshwane kare botlhokwa ba tiro a gompieno ko gore rona re le bašwa re tseye motlhala mo go Mema Mompati gore bodiredi setšhaba bodiredi setšhaba ka botshepegi, ka boingotlo go sa kgathaletsege gore o tlhatloga go le go kae mo botshelong, ka bojotlhe ja gago go sa itebelela wena gore o ka itokafatsa jang go phala ka mokgwa o direlang setšhaba ka teng, mme o eteleditse pele gore o ka direla setšhaba botoka jang wena o tla ko morago.
With regard to the legacy she has left and bequeathed to all of us, what do you think the present generation of leaders should emulate from her contribution and what she stood for?
Serve with selflessness. Allow yourself to be inspired by the spirit of servanthood. Let South Africa always come first. Let what is in the best interest of the people of South Africa come first. And let your own personal ambition or interest be secondary all the time. She is patriotism personified, and I think that is the cue that we should take from her. She has lived long, I believe, precisely because she didn't allow herself to be distracted by self-interests, personal ambitions that often culminate in very unfortunate outcomes which tend to compromise the interests of the nation.
As you have heard the Chief Justice saying that his life personally affected by the contributions of Mema Ruta. Thanks very much, Chief Justice.
Thank you.
And now we're going back to the dome, inside the dome, to see as to how far our proceedings going.
Required together with the provincial secretary.
Well, joining me now is one of the stalwarts of the ANC, who you will recall, Mayor Sophie de Bruyn, who will be paying her own tribute later today. But we thought we could grab her very quickly. Mayor, for you, how would you describe your feelings this morning?
Yes, it's not easy. It's not easy emotionally to describe my feelings. And for me, it's a very sad day because I've known Mayor Ruth for a long, long time. She was not only a comrade, but she was an elder sister to me. And I used to call her Sis Ruth in the 50s when I first met her. And as the years went by and everybody affectionately called her Mayor Ruth, I also started calling her Mayor Ruth, Mum Ruth. And we've done a lot of things together, a lot of activities in the movement, in the struggle. I knew Mayor Ruth from the 50s here in the country when she was still working with Nelson Mandela and Tambo legal firm. And when we also in the 60s had to leave the country, I met Sis Ruth there again in exile. She was always a pillar of strength to everybody. And she was not only an activist and a freedom fighter. She had the striking beauty that sometimes we say to her, why did you join the struggle? You could have been a beauty queen. And as she grew older, the beauty became more intense. And last night, as I gazed on her body in the coffin, she laid there prostrate in all her glory. And to me, she seemed much more beautiful than I've known her to be. Mayor Ruth, as much as she was smiling and laughing and carrying herself dignifiedly, she had her own sadness and her own sorrow. When she mothered the children in exile when they were not with their parents, and she mothered them. She mothered the ones that are today in high places, that are ministers, and so on. But during that time, when she looked after them, and she nurtured them, and she comforted them, she didn't have her own children. Very few people knew what she went through emotionally. And there was always that void in her heart, longing for her children, until finally they managed to come to their mother. In fact, it took a long time for the movement to be able to organize. Those days were difficult, so it wasn't easy for them to be brought to their mother, and there they were joined with her. It was in the early days that they arrived, it was a bit difficult. They didn't know their mother didn't know them anymore, in the sense of, their attitudes, their mannerism, and all those little things about children. So they had to look at one another carefully. They had to find and feel one another until the ice were finally broken, and they lived happily. So we came home. After many years, we came back to South Africa, and they didn't live that long to enjoy the fruits that their mother and so many others struggled for. As you know, they died, both of them, at a young age. So this is a Ruth Mompati that I know, a most dignified, respectable woman. If she comes into a room, she comes with such an aura, with such grace and dignity. She speaks to you with respect. And all those qualities, those, particular qualities, and those very useful traits that makes a human being the person that she is. And I wish many times that our younger people today, in the world that we now live in our country that we now have, far removed from the one that she fought for, if they can only emulate Mayor Ruth's qualities, her hard work, her dedication, and her selflessness, and not ask When she was given a task, she would take the task diligently, do it effectively and efficiently, and complete it. And never ask before what is in it for me, like what is happening today. And even our women, even in the Women's League, I wish that our Women's League can emulate Ruth's qualities and improve on what is not done and correct what is wrong within the league and within themselves. And all Ruth wanted, and all of us, what we want as elders perhaps, we want just to see that our young people take this country forward and pick up the examples that was left by those that did all the hard work. And today, as we are laying Ruth to rest for the last time, all of us are sad, not only myself, but I think the whole nation and also the whole world that knows her, because she was a global figure.
How do we deliberately and consciously do what you are asking? What you're saying is one of the things that are fundamentally wrong with the way we do things these days. How do we ensure that people, especially young people, women in particular, actually do not say what's in it for me before they can even begin to attempt a task?
You know, some of the things seems very hard. A lot of things that manifest now seems very hard, but I think, in my simplicity, I think it's not so hard if we start with the basics. I think everything begins in the home. And I think it's incumbent on any parent. You know, children don't ask to be in this world. They never ask. They don't even know how they got here. They were never born bad. But parents want a child. And you know to what lengths. Women go, fathers and mothers go, the in-laws are also in the mix to want a baby. That child is so innocent when that child is born. But what goes around that child as the child grows up, that is the point. So I'm just saying that
parents are not parenting and they are not leading by example.
Start from the home, that parents should lay the right foundations. We are not all perfect. They should lay the right foundations, but the foundations is not enough. They should, around their children, show good examples, speak respectably to one another, to neighbors, so that children emulate that respectability and how to treat other people, how to speak up to other people. And when they grow up, they've got all these qualities of good behavior and what makes a human being a better human being. So for me, it's very simple.
A trivial question, perhaps. How do people like you, people like Ruth Mompati, keep looking so good even when you are not that young?
Yeah, I think it's just in our psyche. Sometimes it's to do with our good genes. Sometimes it's perhaps our mental capacity, keeping busy, and also looking after ourselves and being proud of being a woman and so on. That's all I can say. There's no quick remedy. There is no, I don't think the makeup and all of those things makes a person beautiful. I think you just emphasize your natural looks with a bit of makeup. But on the whole, I think it's a good life and healthy living and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Mary Brain, thank you very much for talking to us, and all the best to you too. Thank you very much. Sophie de Bruyn, ANC stalwart, who will, of course, later on be paying her own tribute to Ruth Mompati, who will be buried today a little later on. For now, though, let's just give you a sense of some of the things that she was alluding to, what she was talking about Ruth Mompati. Just have a look at this.
I think with all the difficulties, it was a life well lived. I think if I were to be asked to make a choice, I would make the same choice, except that I would want to say that my mother should be there when I come back. And that my children should live longer than they lived. And that as it happens, this is not something that happened to me only. This is what happened to a lot of those of us who went into the struggle. They lost, at great losses. They lost their children, they lost their parents, they lost their mates, their husbands or wives. This was the role, this is what happened to most of us. But if I had to choose again, and if the situation was the same in South Africa, I would still join the struggle, and I would still go out to learn to fight against the regime that would be in place. I would do exactly the same thing, and I'm very happy that I did. I would like to be remembered as a cadre of the African National Congress. Cadre who was called and answered, and who carried out the instructions and the commands of the African National Congress up to the end.
Welcome back to the Vryburg showgrounds to observe the ceremony to mark the burial of Mama Ruth. As you all know, that she was not only an international citizen, she was born here in the province of Bokoni-Bophirima in Tlapeng, not far from where we are at the moment. And with me, I've got the Premier of the Northwest Province, Resupra Mahumapelo. Letsatsi le le botlhokwa gape le botlhoko go lona baagi ba province ya Bokoni-Bophirima.
Ke letsatsi le botlhoko re begile difatlhego mme gape tshepo re boitumelo yaanong re maikutlo a le mabedi ka ntlha gore re itumelela le go keteka karolo e tshamekilweng ke mme Ruth Mompati mo go netefatseng gore go nna le democracy mo nageng ya rona ya Aforika Borwa, mo gore godise mo politiking go nna sekai mo go rona jaaka baagi jaaka maloko a African National Congress. O tsweletsa re eletsa le rona ha re ntse re dira diphoso, mara ka mo letlhakore le lengwe dipelo tsa rona di botlhoko gore ne ekete o na ka nna le rona go senene, mme modimo ha laitse o laitsa gona sepe se gore ka se dirang ne re re mo wa gagwe go robala ka kagiso.
As we know that his last political days were spent here in the province, she was also a mayor of the municipality. What kind of contribution at that time did she bring to this community and the province at large?
There are many things. One of the key things she did, you'll remember that some time back, there was a problem of racism here in Vryburg, which manifested in the stabbing of a white child by a black child at school. And there was a revolt, a massive one, for a prolonged period here in Vryburg. But she led the struggle, negotiating with the people. She was joined by Ntate Nelson Mandela. She was still alive by then. And we came together to bring together the people of Vryburg. And ultimately, the problem was resolved. So she was able to pursue the objective of building a non-racial South Africa, a South Africa that embraces diversity. But most importantly, Ruth Mompati was a very, very principled, disciplined person. And many of us today, we are very populist in our approach. We don't like telling things as they are for what they represent, so that we can build people out of that constructively. I hope we can learn something from that.
I mean, you're talking about the issues of discipline and the issue of these divisions that you are seeing, and many people, commentaries that we saw and read about, to say that the only way to honor Mama Ruta is for the ruling party's leadership and its membership to actually lead the way, unite, and make sure that the priorities about service delivery.
It's very important. You'll remember the province has been very stable now since March last year. It's only last week in Mahikeng we are trying to resolve that particular problem. But most importantly, service delivery. We have taken a decision to embark on a program that we call villages, townships and small dorpies to focus government spending 60% this financial year. By 2019 it will be 90% in the villages, the townships and the small dorpies, so that we can change people's life in those areas like the villages where Ruth comes from in Tlapeng in Khanyesa.
What's the plan from the province in terms of keeping her memory alive? I mean, this is an icon who's buried here in the province. What should be done in really to make sure that even the future generations knows about her contribution and what she stood for?
There will be discussions that will ensue on what is it that we can do. But basically one of the things will be to continue to tell people about her role in struggle. But secondly, to make sure that we write books about her life. We'll work together with the foundation. But thirdly, to make sure that the hospice that she opened here, we try and make sure that it helps people, because that was her intention, to make sure that it helps the local people. But I think we'll look as government at bigger things that we can also do to make sure that her memory lives forever.
Kwa bofelong re mahumapelo molaetsa o le gore tota o ne ya baagi ba mo profenseng eno ka letsatsi leno le le gore le botlhoko gape ke letsatsi gape la go tlotla botshelo jwa ga Mama Ruta.
Baagi ba rona ke ne ke re mo go bona re tshwanetse jaaka baagi ba bokone bophirima re netefatse gore re tiisa go feta ka mokgwa re ntse re tiisitse ka teng go direla baagi ba rona gore matshelo a bona tla tokafala. Ha re dira diphoso jaaka ba eteledipele re se ka ra tshaba gore re dirile diphoso, re ka se ka ra latlhegelwa ke sepe, mme go botlhokwa gore rona le baagi re tshwaragane ka matsogo some werk some track ka dinako tsotlhe.
Rema Humapelo, the Premier of the Northwest Province, we heard from the first citizen of the Northwest Province about how they remember Mama Ruta and what is in store in terms of making sure that they keep her memory alive. So I'm going back to the dome to see as to what is so far happening there.
Welcome back. You are indeed watching a live broadcast of the funeral service of Ruth Mompati. We're waiting for, at the moment, waiting for the official program to commence. Mayor Sophie De Bruyn, who I spoke to a short while ago, said proceedings are about to begin anytime from now, as soon as a couple of people that they are waiting for arrive. So everyone is ready to go, but as things stand, there is a few minutes delay. So do stay with us, because this funeral service is expected to start any minute from now. President Jacob Zuma will be delivering that keynote address, and of course the person who spoke to earlier, Mayor Sophie De Bruyn, will also be paying her tributes, and so will the family. We're expecting the arrival of President Jacob Zuma, who we are told is literally seconds away. Well, yes, Well, he is indeed arriving. That's him arriving right now, which means that proceedings here are about the formal part of this program is about to commence. Well, President Jacob Zuma arriving. He will be joining the people who are seated inside, ready to pay their last respect to Mayor Ruth Mompati. Of course, with his arrival signals the beginning of the formal part of this funeral service, which, as you know, it is an official funeral, which means that the state is now going to take charge of this particular part of proceedings. The president waiting for members of the family, but also senior members of the ANC who have been part of the organization of this funeral service. The pallbearers you are seeing there are Brigadier General Harrison from the South African Army, Brigadier General Lux from the South African Army, Brigadier General M.J. Buthelezi from the Air Force, Brigadier General Pale also from the Air Force, Admiral Baka from the SA Navy, Admiral Naidu from the Navy, Brigadier General Dibetswe, as well as Brigadier General Bucha. Those are the pallbearers carrying Mayor Mompati's body to inside. Well, just to take you through the program very, very briefly, what you are going to see over the next couple of hours is, the proceedings will kick off with the singing of the national anthem as soon as the program director, minister in the presidency, Jeff Radebe, starts the proceedings. There will be a reading of an obituary. There will be tributes by grandchildren as well as the family, but also tributes by representatives of the veterans, among them Sophie de Bruyn that we spoke to a little earlier. And then that will be followed by the introduction of the president by the premier of the province, as this is an official state ceremony. The president, Jacob Zuma, the president of the Republic of South Africa, will then deliver his eulogy, shortly followed by a sermon, whereafter the cortege will depart for Hupudi Cemetery, which is where the remains of Ms. Mompati will be laid to rest. At the cemetery, we're expecting only members, immediate family, and President Jacob Zuma, as well as other people close to the family, but also close to the organization that she lived and died for. Well, that in a nutshell is what is going to happen over the next couple of hours. Well, as many people will recall, a memorial service was held here in Vryburg on Thursday to honor this stalwart. It was officiated over by an interministerial committee, but also members of the clergy who hail from this part of our country. It's a funeral service of Mama Ruth, as she is fondly known, who, as many people who have spoken about her life, have said repeatedly that they will remember her as a humble, as a disciplined, and as a dedicated champion of the people of South Africa. And as many of you would know, she was one of those central figures who organized that 1956 march of over 20,000 women of all races who went to the union buildings. Sophie de Bruyn, who you saw earlier, but will also be paying tribute on behalf of the veterans, was also there. So the two of them were among the very few women who were high-profile women who took part or the leadership responsibilities of that march. Quite a generation, it must be said.
Observance of a moment of silent prayer and meditation. You may be seated. The bereaved Mompati family, His Excellency the President of the Republic of South Africa and the Commander-in-Chief of our Armed Forces, President Zuma, Mrs. Zuma, the Honorable Deputy President, former Deputy President Halima Montlante, the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the NCOP, the Chief Justice, the Chairperson of the AU Commission, the Premier of Northwest Province, ministers, other premiers present, members of the National Executive Committee and alliance leaders, deputy ministers, MECs, members of the diplomatic corps, executive mayors and mayors, traditional leaders, leaders of political parties, religious leaders, our honored veterans, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, fellow South Africans. We are gathered here today to lay into eternal rest the mortal remains of our stalwart, Isitwalandwe Siaparankwe Ma Ruth Mompati. Her selfless dedication, her unwavering commitment to the struggle for freedom and justice will forever remain etched in the minds of millions of South Africans and many, many more generations to come. She was an icon, a heroine, and inspiration for all. May I, at this moment, request Ms. Khabantule, sorry for the mispronouncing, to sing praises to our icon, Ma'am Ruth Mompati. Looks like May is a little bit delayed. Can we move forward and ask Ndate Bonolo Modise to read the obituary while we remain standing?
Obituary of Mama Ruth Mompati. Mama Ruth, the quintessential human being, a worthy and inspiring leader and a comforter. Mama Ruth, Sis Ruth, Auntie Ruth, Meruta, and Mane, as she was affectionately known, was a nurturer, a guardian, and a selfless, principled leader. She was a firm, strict, but structured, balanced, and gentle human being who was also a devout Christian. She was a loving mother and grandmother to all and always carried herself elegantly. True to her name, Sekgomotsi, which means comforter in Setswana, she was to play the role of mother, aunt, sister, friend, and grandmother to the hundreds of young and old who found themselves separated from their own as a result of apartheid brutality. Early life. Mama Ruth Sekgomotsi Mompati was born in Khanyesa village in the district of Vryburg in present-day Northwest on the 14th of September 1925. She grew up in Tlapeng, a rural environment in Khanyesa in the Kagisano local municipal area. Between 1933 and 1936, She attended United Vryburg Primary School. From 1937 to 1940, she attended United Vryburg Higher Primary School, where she completed Standard 6. 2 years later, she enrolled at the Tiger Kloof Educational Institution, where she received her native lower primary certificate. She started her teaching career at the Tagonim Primary School near Vryburg in 1944 at the age of 19. In 1948, she was transferred to United School in Vryburg, where she continued her teaching career. When she got married in 1952, she lost her job as a teacher because the apartheid laws regulated that married black female teachers were not allowed to teach. Work in the African National Congress, ANC, and exile. Mama moved to Johannesburg in 1952, and it was at this stage that she officially joined the ANC and was a member of the Orlando branch. In 1953, she was employed as a secretary by the first Black Law Partnership of the late Presidents Nelson Mandela and Oliver Tambo, attorneys at law. In the words of the late president of the ANC, Mr. Tambo, known for his perfectionist approach on anything, and I quote, he said, "Sis Ruth is the best secretary we had," unquote. In 1954, she became a member of the National Executive Committee of the ANC Women's League, and together with Ms. Helen Joseph and Ms. Lillian Ngoyi, was among the founding members of the Federation of South African Women. Mama Ruth was one of the central figures in organizing the historic 9th August 1956 march by over 20,000 women of all races to the Union Building in Pretoria. This show of force to demonstrate against extension of the hated past books for women was honored by the day being declared National Women's Day by the Democratic government. As an active member of the ANC, Mama also received the unwelcome attention of the apartheid regime security police. When the ANC was banned in 1960, the law firm for which she worked underwent complete transformation. Mr. Tambo was assigned the task of leaving the country to mobilize international solidarity, and Mr. Mandela was detained for 5 months in terms of the state of emergency the regime declared after the Sharpeville massacre. Mama Ruth, working under the direction of Mr. Moses Kotane, was among the group of cadres who set about reorganizing the ANC as an underground movement. Mama went into exile in neighboring Botswana, then known as Botswanaland, for a planned mission of a few months. While in exile, the South African police arrested top ANC leaders during a raid of the underground headquarters of Umkhonto weSizwe MK in Rivonia, Johannesburg. The ANC then decided it was too risky for her to return. She was among the first women to join MK and underwent military training in the Soviet Union in 1963. While in exile, she held office as secretary and head of the women's section of the ANC. Between 1966 and 1973, she served on the executive committee of the women's section of the ANC. During 1966, she was transferred to the ANC's office in Zambia, but she continued commuting between Tanzania and Zambia during the course of her work in ANC President Tambo's office. Mompati, the global activist for women's rights. In 1976, the ANC sent Mama to represent South African women at the Women's International Democratic Federation. It was while in that role that she again displayed immense leadership roles in the struggle of women, children, and oppressed people of the world. She fought fiercely for the struggles of the people of Palestine, Western Sahara, and other areas of conflict. She used that time to forgo close ties with the World Federation of Democratic Youth and the World Federation of Trade Unions. Mama and her colleagues at the WIDF coined the theme of the Decade for Women between 1980 and 1990, which was known as Equality, Development, and Peace. One of Mama's more prominent roles was as head of the ANC Board of Religious Affairs. Returning from that posting, the ANC appointed her as its chief representative in the United Kingdom and Western Europe between 1981 and 1983. She returned to Lusaka to serve in the executive of the women's section and worked with the religious community. When the ANC met for its second National Consultative Conference in Kabwe, Zambia in 1985, Mama was elected to the NEC. In that capacity, she was appointed to serve as Administrative Secretary in the Secretary General's office and onto the 4-person secretariat that coordinated the work of the NEC. Her performance in that role earned her promotion to Joint Secretary of the Political Military Council, PMC, in 1988. Mama's role was to coordinate the internal underground work of the movement during those most critical years. Homecoming and role in government. In 1990, she was chosen to be part of the ANC delegation that negotiated the peaceful transition with the apartheid government at Groote Schuur. At the ANC's 48th conference, the first to be held in South Africa in 30 years, she was re-elected to the NEC. In 1983, she was re-elected as the National Executive Member of the ANC Women's League. She addressed the United Nations Special Committee Against Apartheid in August 1992 on the subject of women. The UN declared the day an International Day of Solidarity with Women in South Africa. Mama participated fully in the re-establishment of ANC branches in Johannesburg and in various towns of what became the Northwest and Northern Cape provinces, respectively. She was instrumental in ensuring that Solplaki's house was purchased for preservation. Today, Solplaki's house is a library, a museum, and a heritage site. As a result of Mama's efforts, 2 municipalities were named after strike icons, and that's Mr. John Taolo Gaetsewe and Rejo Morolong. She was also one of the people, together with the late Mayor Mita Sperper, involved in establishing the Helen Joseph Women's Development Center. In 1994, Mama was elected to the National Assembly and served as a Member of Parliament from 1994 to 1996. From 1996 to 2000, she served as the Ambassador to Switzerland. In recognition of her exemplary service to her people, the Northwest University in 1996 awarded Mama an honorary master's degree in education. The then Medical University of South Africa, now called Sefako Makhato Health Sciences University, also awarded her an honorary doctorate later. In 1996, Mama Ruth was invited by the University of Texas in the United States of America to deliver a lecture on the role of the ANC in the peaceful transition to a democratic South Africa. The Houston Tillotson University in Austin, Texas, established a scholarship in her name, known as the Dr. Ruth Mompati Scholarship Fund. Several beneficiaries of that scholarship went to study abroad and qualified with various degrees. On her return to her hometown, Vryburg, in 2000, she found a community divided along racial lines. The ANC deployed her to contest the position of mayor of Naledi local municipality, and she won with a handsome majority. She did an excellent job uniting the people of Naledi local municipality, which later honored her by erecting a bus statue for her efforts to consolidate the vision of a free society in the country she helped liberate. She served 2 terms in the mayoralty, after which she left full-time political deployment, but continued to serve the community in various capacities. As mayor of Naledi local municipality, she established a twinning arrangement with Assen Gemiente community in the Netherlands, and that still holds her in high esteem. On the 20th of February 2007, the Bupirima District Council adopted Resolution 2007-11, renaming the municipality after her in recognition of her dedication towards the emancipation of all South Africans. Mama served on many boards, including the Swiss South Africa Cooperative Initiative Trust, of which she was chairperson, and the Tiger Kloof Board of Trustees, an institution she helped re-establish after it was closed down in the 1950s. She was a godmother of SAS Mantatisi, otherwise known as S101, named after Mantatisi, the warrior queen of the Batlokwa during the early 19th century. She had the honor of commissioning the craft in 2005. Family and community life. In 2009, using the facilities of the old Vryburg Hospital, she initiated the establishment of a donor-funded hospice, which continues to provide care to terminally ill patients. To ensure that her legacy lives on long after she is gone, Mama established the Ruth Mompati Foundation to focus on the following key areas: educational upliftment, women empowerment, reconciliation among different races, HIV and AIDS awareness, prevention and treatment, arts, culture, and heritage. Awards and honors she received. For her role in the struggle, she received the following honors: the Human Rights and Democracy Award in 2004, a citation, the Military Award, Platinum Class 2 for distinguished contribution to the struggle, conferred by President Jacob Zuma in 2010. Isitwalandwe Seaparangwe, on behalf of the ANC, conferred by President Zuma in 2014. Mahatma Gandhi's Satyagraha Award in 2014. She also received a special award for contribution to freedom and human rights by the Black Management Forum in 2014. Ubuntu Oliver Tambo Lifetime Achievement Award conferred by President Zuma in 2015. Mama Ruth was blessed with two sons, namely Mompati and Khalitsiwi Tebogo, as was known by others, who were both also involved in the liberation struggle. Unfortunately, they both passed on before her. She is survived by her niece, Cindy, grandkids, Buitumelo, Neo Jr., Neo Senior, Cindy Jr., Tembani, Temba, Makosi, and Buhle, together with scores of children that she nurtured as her own. Samaya Sintle, Khabo Mokhatla, Bahamanana, Mahadimanantwing, Majakhomu Asahadime. Bertolt Brecht, a German poet, playwright, and theater director, wrote a play entitled The Mother in 1930, and in it there was a song entitled In Place of Fighters, wherein he wrote, and I quote, "There are people who struggle for a day, and that is good. There are people who struggle for a year, and that is better. There are people who struggle for many years, and that is still better. But there are those who struggle all their lives. Those are the indispensable ones."
Thank you, Ndate Modise. You may be seated while the choir is rendering a musical item. Very much. That was the Huhudi Mixed Choir. At this moment, May S. Khabantlule will come and sing the praises of our icon and heroine. The stage is yours, ma'am.
gaetsho ga le la re bua ka ausi Ruta re bua ka ausi wame ausi moame ke mokgatla wa re monna tshwene wa re se itshoko a itshokela moshaweng o erileng ga bakgatla ba sia kwa ba tshabantwa ba itlha ba helela kwa moshaweng nna ke tswa moshaweng gamane pele mosegedi re bua ka ausi Ruta mokgatla o pilana malose se makopong se mo dintlheng basadi ba di gausitse mogolo ka mana ba utlwa megolo ka e fafatsa melao re tla ba le baridikale re matlhasedi ya thari ya namane ke mahula tšhaka bakgatla ba gabile ka bare ba gabaletse lehatsi gona ga utlwela marumo a bakgatla dira tshaphatlhalala ya nna semane ga se dumolwe ke matswadi di metse bakgatla ka gore botlhodi ya go thusa bophiri ya re nko iholo ga ba sa le mebala ya tsone ka ba ruile kgomo o khunwana e mogatla mošweng e nngwe e phihadu e nana yone e gamela matswakwa ya re nko diholo ga ba sa le mebala ya tsone ka gore mebala ya nkwe ke seape sa batano sa bogosi setlhare se ko moruleng ka tse sone di kwa makabole ka tlhase ga sone go ne ikgadile noga ya tlhware ka e le magadimanantweng ba re ba go e bolaya ba e losa ga ba e atamela e hetola mmala ka e le bakgatla ba kgatlega ba re ao mmala o montle jang moseganka ke ra e bolaya ba boa ka morago ra bala ka kagišo mokgatla a moya gago o gorwa ke go rara ausi Ruta se gomotse se itshoka ishokela moshaweng na ba ga itsholo tswa moshaweng le ha ba utile go kwa ba itla ba kganna moshaweng nna ke tswa moshawa ga mampele mosegedi ke bua ka ausi Ruta se gomusi ke ba kgatla ba o pilana malose selo se mo kapeng se mo dintlheng basadi ba se gaudisitse go gola ka bona ba utlwa megolo kwane ya go gatsa melapo re tla ba le barinikaleng ke matlhasedi ya thari ya namane ke mahula shaka bakgatla ka bara ba gaballetse lehase gana ga utlwala marumo a bakgatla dira tshaphatlhalara ke matswadi di metse bakgatla ka gore go tlhodi ya go tlosa bophiri ya re nko diholo ga ba se le mebala a tsone ka ba ruile kgomo phihadu e nngwe khunwana e mogatla mošweu e nana e ne e gamela batswakwa ya re nko diholo ga ba se le mebala nkwe ka gore mebala nkwe ke seape sa barena batana sa bogosi tlhaloso ko makabole tlhaloso ko seko moruleng tlhatsa sone di kwa makala ka tla sone di kwa makabole ka tlhatsa ka sone gore go ikgedile noga ya tlhware ka le magadimanantweng ba re ba go e bolaya ga ba e atamela ya e hetola mmala ka e mmala wa bakgatla ba re ao mmala one o montle jang ga se e ka bolawang ba kata ka morago
Thank you very much, May. To introduce the grandchildren of May Ruth Mompati after such a rendition, the grandchildren.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I had the privilege of being raised by my grandmother since my father passed away. I remember the other day I was with my grandmother and I found an assignment that I made when I was in kindergarten. And I was telling her, the assignment, what we had to do is you had to draw a picture of yourself and then write your name underneath. So I was telling Manny, do you notice that of all the kids that actually did this assignment, I'm the only child that actually wrote her own name? All the other kids' names were written by our teacher, and Manny was like, yes, Cindy, I made sure that whenever you had homework, you did it all by yourself. And every time I was home, Manny would literally sit with me until 2 a.m. just so I could get my work done. I remember the other day she was telling me about her history paper that she had, and she was like, I didn't know anything, and what I did was I just started drawing a map because that was what I'd studied. And I asked her why, and she was like, do you know the elephant worm technique? And I was like, no. And she was like, if you focus on the big things, which is the elephant, and they decide to ask you the small things, which are probably the worms, then what you would do is you'd move from the worm. You'd start and you'd say, well, the worm, it sort of looks similar to the trunk of an elephant. And that's how you start moving from the worm to the elephant. And I actually did that the other day with my paper because I actually just didn't know what to write. Mane was my grandmother. She was my mother, and she was my best friend. I remember I'd wake up sometimes in the morning and I'd be so confused, and I'd call her even at 2 a.m. I remember specifically one day I called at 2 a.m. and she spoke with me for a while, and afterwards she was like, Cindy, you're coming home tomorrow. And the next day I'd be home, and we'd spend the whole day in bed watching Crime Investigation. At the end of the night she'd be like, how, but we've been watching people die all day. I'm going to break the TV now. But the whole time it was okay. Whenever I try and keep my grandmother busy, I would always put on an action movie. That was the only time when she wouldn't ask you, who's this? What are they doing? Because if it was a love story, then she'd keep asking, she'd get bored. But if it was an action movie, then she was involved. I remember one particular Christmas, we were at home. This was when the hospice started, and I remember people were not being paid at the hospice. So Makosi had cooked, and Mane was like, are we going to dish for the people at the hospice? So we looked at her and we asked, but why, Mane? And she was like, because they don't have any food there. So we're like, but there's not enough food. And she's like, it's fine, I'll go give them my plate. And then the only reason why we'd actually said there was no food, I think we were just very lazy, but afterwards she forced us to dish up for them, and we did. That was one thing that I learned from my grandmother, which is to share the little that you have with the people that do not have. Every time I was home, I'd roll over I'd literally spent the whole day in my grandmother's bedroom and I'd watch TV with her. At the end of the night, I'd just lay there and I'd close my eyes so that I would sleep in her bed with her. In the morning when she woke up, the first thing she'd do, she'd roll over and she'd say, "Baby, baby, ntshwara ka ditsebe." And I knew it was bath time, and that was my grandmother convincing me to go help her bath. Mane, you have left an imprint in my heart that will go with me everywhere where I go. You are now looking down on me, and I know that you are kissing me from wherever it is that you are. Love you, Mane. I'd like to read a message from my brother Tembani. It goes as follows. Mane, I will miss you and I love you forever. May your loving, legendary soul rest in eternal peace. In your life as a mother and a revolutionary that has touched the hearts of many, and her absence will definitely be felt. I promise to start combing my hair in the near future.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. If I could write your story, it would be the greatest ever told, about a courageous and phenomenal woman, an icon with a heart of the purest gold. If only we could write 1,000,000 pages, but still be able to tell you how much we love you and how we will miss you every day, and that you are part of us. Love you, Mane, from Bitumel. I know you are in a better place. I can't even cry about that. When I look into the clouds, I know you're looking down on me, right next to the family and all those who want to see me happy. Safe trip to the promised land. You will forever be in my heart. I promise that. I love you always. From both Neo Senior and Neo Junior.
This message is from Makosi. Mane, we're so alike in so many ways, from our fierce tempers to our all-consuming love of the family. I will miss your counseling and your 1,000,000 pills of wisdom. Spending your last days with you was a privilege. I'm so grateful that you got to meet your first great-grandson. Love you, Ruta Kosi. I remember the first time I turned my history textbook page and found Ruth Mompati's face peering at me. Imagine my shock to find out that the woman who I know as Mane was an actual hero. Before that point, to me, she was my beautiful granny with a determined eye, a tigress attitude, and a sharp tongue that could whip you into action immediately. It's a very rare thing to be raised by a fierce force of females. Ruth Mompati was one of those to me, and I consider myself so lucky to have been taught by her example. The first thing that I was taught was that little brown girls anywhere in the world, even the ones from the tiniest corners of the world, can, will, and do change it. That a woman's roar reverberates throughout a nation, finds itself in the ears and hearts of many little girls, and in turn, they change a country. That you can't lead people and expect to be popular all the time, and when you're faced with challenges, the way to go is always integrity first. What a thing to know that your grandmother fought for your freedom, achieved it, and solidified your right to exist in a society for all. Mane, Mosadi Moholo, the way I am going to miss you. We love you. On that note, I'd like to end off with a message from her youngest great-grandchild, Wame. When we asked him, Wame, do you know that Mane's gone to be with the angels? He said, yes, I know. And they're big angels there and baby angels, and they've all got blue wings. And I asked, but what color are Mane's wings, Wami? And he said they're purple. How fitting. Royalty. Heaven's received a queen. Thank you.
Thank you, grandchildren, for such a moving tribute to your grandmother. I can attest to the fact that she was a nurturer and a provider. Some of us who had the privilege of meeting her in the GDR, German Democratic Republic, she used to take us to her apartment where she used to cook for us, and it was very delicious. And in times where she couldn't cook, she will take us to some of the fancy restaurants in Berlin, such as Zum Krom Boiler in Unter den Linden and in Hotel Stadt Berlin. Aronymnis, I saw him here. Themba Gubega was one of the beneficiaries. Joy Rapotapi, Mulantwa, and many, many others. Can we have a song from the choir, please? Hohodo Mixed Choir. On that note, a family representative, the niece of Mom Ruth Mompati, Miss Cindy Ngaba, to make her tribute.
His Excellency, President ya Republic ya Africa Borwa, Ntate Jacob Zuma, Deputy President, Ntate Ramaphosa, all protocol observed. Batho ba ba tlotlegang, the chief mourners, batho ba huhudi, dumelang. I must apologize upfront. This is the most difficult time of my life. So in the process, if I make mistakes, please do bear with me. My name is Cindy Ngaba. I'm Cindy Senior. We are all here to reflect on an incomparable life. When faced with the question, who is Ruth Mompati? I am quickly reminded of the fact that before there was a Ruth Mompati, there was a little girl born in Khanyisa village to baby and Khawunyatsi Chok. I think it is important to outline her beginnings and to demystify Mompati's surname legend, because she only adopted it in exile. Actually, her roots ke tsa ko Gara Sechoko. Nobody guessed that Sekgomotsi Sechoko was going to set the world on fire. She was the fourth of 5 children. Unfortunately, her 2 brothers died when they were very young, leaving 3 sisters: Dinah, my mother, Ruth, Ruta, and Poloko, the inseparable trio. They were incredibly close, an example of what it is to love and support each other unconditionally. To that end, between the 3 of them, they had 4 children. Now may I request you to listen carefully. They had 4 children, fostered by 9 months in different bellies, but raised by all 3 as one unit. Ultimately, one womb, one force of mother. If I may steal from the tribute paid by Os Elena Sisulu, this was an exceptional example of shared parenting. Unbeknown to them, this parenting choice they made was to ensure the safety and well-being of their family unit. As Poloko, the youngest sister, passed suddenly, and 2 years later, Ruth went to exile, leaving all of us children with my mother, Dinah. My mother and my father raised all of us as siblings. Tembi, being the responsible older sister, Temba's mother. Mompati, the quiet and protective big brother. And Teboho, my slightly older but mischievous brother. I regret to inform you that from my grandparents' household, ka mantswe a mangwe, go tswa mo thitong ya ga Raisaka le Maisaka, Ruth is the last of the first generation. All my siblings have passed, making me the only survivor of the second generation. Thankfully, between my siblings and I, there are 8 grandchildren and 1 great-grandchild. So the legacy lives on. I trust that by now, all of you have gathered that we are a very close-knit family. And what is the point? The point is that Ruth is my mother. She's not my mother-in-law, by the way, journalists. She guided me fiercely from the day I was born. She always brags that she set eyes on me before my mother did. And she did that throughout her life, even if it meant remote controlling my mother from exile. So, the responsibility to look after her in her old age was without a doubt mine. A responsibility I took on with love and pride. In looking back, I can say, what a privilege. What an honor to be able to allow one's mother to pass on to the other side with dignity and integrity. Who else amongst you can say they have had the privilege of holding 3 of their folks' hands as they gently departed? I did. Mama Ruth was very proud of where she came from, and she loved her family dearly. When I refer to family in this instance, ke bua ka Bora Seichoko, Dumelang Bakhatla, ke bua ka Bora Parkins, ke bua ka Bora St. Quentin, ke bua ka Makgowa Maskotche Bora Denison, ke bua ka Bora Mola Pen, ke bua ka Bora Muirwagali go Botswana, ke bua ka Bora Boshwai go Botswana. She adored all the children of these families and considered them all her grandchildren. There's an old saying that goes, when an old person dies, a library burns down. That is certainly the case in our family. Mani Ruta was the elder, our furthest reach into history, our strongest root. She has left a huge, huge void, and it is going to take a while for us to deal with it. I would also like to point out to you, ladies and gentlemen, that she did have a wide definition of what family was because of the nature of her life, of the life she lived. Throughout her life, especially through her work of the ANC, she met so many people. I can see so many familiar faces, my brothers, my sisters, and was loved so dearly that many people became family through time and shared hardship. Amongst these, there are children she raised in exile, as well as children she adopted upon her return. All you need to do, ladies and gentlemen, is to just look around this venue to see her entire family. To the Vryburg community, I would like to tell you what you already know. She loved you all so, so much. After spending years in exile, she could have chosen to settle but anywhere in the world. But she chose to return to you. She believed in the very essence of this little town, the resilience of these beautiful people, and the warmth of its soil. Yes, she loved her home. To the entire nation and the ANC family, I would like you to know that she loved you too. She never stopped believing in this country and all of its potential. When she was in hospital recently, she told Archbishop Mukhoba that she has not finished the program for this country because people have not liberated themselves. As far as Ruth was concerned, democracy may have been achieved, but her dream for a better life for all, not quite yet. May I take this opportunity, as there will not be an opportunity like this again, to tell you all about what she meant to me personally. She was first and foremost my mother and my partner. Ru, as I affectionately called her sometimes. Ru and I were very close as the last two remaining members of our old family guard. Ours was a connection so deep that we innately knew what the other one was thinking. We presented such a formidable partnership that we navigated storms ranging from death of my siblings, subsequent death of my parents, life-threatening diseases, and we just found a way to move forward. In losing her, I've lost my best friend, my twin sister, my travel partner, my guru, my daughter, and my confidant. She had an unrivaled sense of adventure, even at her age. She was so young at heart. We traveled. We had a beauty regime, pedicures, manicures, facials, dining out. Oh, as for shopping sprees, we would just get lost and giggle like little girls. And even if it meant getting a wheelchair in a Mumbai shopping complex and pushing her the whole day, we would do just that. The best trips that we have done so far were booking ourselves in an Ayurvedic spa and yoga clinic in India for the whole month. That was the best bonding session. I was hoping that they would play images here. She was such an inspiration. She was not intimidated by any yoga pose. I don't know when next I might see an 88, 89-year-old woman suspended upside down in the air. Headstand, shoulder stand. Of course, typical Ruth's fashion, she earned herself a title in India, Amaji, after putting up a fierce fight with a yoga master. I was hoping that they would put up the images to inspire you to explore more possibilities. The last 3 weeks have certainly been challenging, but not without beautiful moments. I can tell you all with joy in my heart that Mama Ruth applied the same dignified glory in her passing as she did in her life. Upon realizing that she was very ill and soon to go, she was incredibly accepting of the fact, and in true Ruth fashion, she got worrying about those of us who love her and how we would cope. She was not at all concerned about what might meet her on the other side, because she knew her sisters, the loved ones, and her comrades were waiting for her. Allow me to share just a little bit of her last moments. It became very clear to me that she needed me by her side 24/7, and I obliged. I literally moved into hospital with her. During that period, indeed, I wasn't ready to let go. But Ru, being the wiser of us, used the opportunity to tell me everything she wanted to. She gave me strict instructions on how to go on and how to continue piloting our twin-engine family guard with one engine. I wasn't quite alone though, as Lindy and Bushi came to help to share the shifts in hospital. And those were 24-hour shifts, which we executed with love and gratitude. At some stage, we brought all grandchildren, which made her very, very happy. She said it's the best thing that ever happened to her. She spoke to each one of the grandchildren individually and collectively. I'm talking about an uninterrupted speech of about 45 minutes, which she ended with how much she loved all of us, how she would always hold us dear and close to her heart. And I must tell you, she was lucid right up to the end. She often asked me, but why won't you allow me to go home? And of course, because I was in denial, I wasn't getting it. I could only interpret it afterwards that I was holding her. To my 8 children and my grandchild, I just want to tell you how blessed we are and that we have a very special gift that our mother and us were afforded an opportunity to say goodbye. And I would like you children to remember all the promises that we made, the undertakings we gave him, that we are going to look after one another, that education is key. I would like to thank you at this stage for your patience and for rallying behind me. Lindy, Bushi, thank you for being there for your mother and sharing the most memorable moments with me. By the way, I did notice that the frown and the worry on her forehead disappeared as soon as you assured her that you will be there for myself and the children. Thank you. Daki, it is not a mistake that you are the family spokesperson. You know that you, Tandi, Dav, Sasa, Borreba Bone, Ma Ankisi, Ausadi, you know that you have always been her children and she counted on you. Mpule wa ga ditšhwene, ke a leboga ngwanyana ka go tlhokomela rakgadi yago, ke leboga bopelotelele jwa gago. Vuiswa, Miss Ngaba, thank you for looking after your granny. Enkosi Khumalo, Dr. Fansey, the team of doctors and nursing staff at 2 Military. I know she did take a moment to thank all of you. But once more, I would like to tell you that we did notice that you went all out of your way and you did everything you could. And for that, we are eternally grateful. Bana ba Garuta, bo aus Maite, Loikitsi, bo aus Nkosazana, bo aus Tandi, bo aus Mavis, bo aus Ruthie, bo aus Barbara, bo Buti Maxi, bo Buti Mavuso. Oh, the list is endless. I am so grateful that though I'm the last surviving second generation, I have a big family out of you. And I really appreciate your love and your support. Honorable President and the government, we are so grateful for acknowledging our mother, for acknowledging our mother's contribution and honoring her with this out-of-the-world funeral. It is the first in Vryburg, and I don't know whether there will be another one. Thank you. Greg, we've been on this journey since 2004. You have been amazing. I think it's about time that we journal and write a book. Thank you for your patience. All my friends, Beverly, and all of them in town, thank you. Now the best for last. The message to my best friend, my mother, Mama Ruth. You have taught me the best lessons. Amongst others, it's independence, self-sufficiency, to speak and stand for my truth. That when all else fails, my integrity is the only thing I should preserve and take to the grave. You have taught me love, humility, to be comfortable in my own skin, and together through our spiritual journey, we have learned to pause and listen internally and determine if it's ego speaking or if it is our authentic selves. And if it is ego speaking, we back off. Indeed, it is easy for others to say you were old, but to me, you were everything. I am so lost without you. I pray to God to ease my pain and guide me to take the next step. It has been an absolute honor and privilege to look after you and hold your hand as you gently passed. The last 3 weeks of your life remain imprinted in my heart. Yes, you said everything, and we loved each other. I promised to protect and preserve your dignity. I trust I have executed that to your approval. I love you, Ruth. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy Ngaba. There have been many messages of sympathy and support to the Mompati family, too many to read. I have been specially requested to read one from Ahmed Kathrada, our Siaparankwe Isitwalandwe, which reads as follows. I have had the privilege of knowing Ruth since the early 50s, when she was in law offices of Mandela and Tambo. A host of memories spring to mind of one who I regarded as a friend, a sister, and a comrade. Fast forward to the early 60s, when together with some comrades I was party to the arrangements of illegal, passportless departure from South Africa by road to the then Bechuanaland and from by air to Tanzania. She and Comrade Fleck Boshielo were sent to study at the Lenin School in Moscow. In fact, the journey started from my flat number 13 in Market Street, Johannesburg. Already an established cadre and leader, she returned home with increased experience to take her rightful place in building our democracy. We worked together in the Presidential Advisory Committee on National Awards, where her wonderful memory of the involvement of deserving awardees proved the most valuable. Relentless age and illness never deterred her. Nothing could hold her back when she regarded it as a duty. My lasting memory of Ruth was when we were seated together at the airport to receive the bodies of Comrades Moses Kotane and J.P. Marks. But what sticks indelibly in my mind is her indomitable spirit, courage, and humility. The Mandela Walk of 13 December 2014 remains unforgettable. She faced the challenge of the midday Pretoria heat in a very exemplary manner. Frail in body and undefeated in spirit, she was determined to walk the entire distance. Words fail me to describe the loss I feel, more especially with the death of Madiba still fresh in my mind. Farewell, dear sister, friend, and comrade. With all the friends and comrades, I will always remember you as a dedicated and courageous freedom fighter, a soldier, and above all, a marvelous human being. We will always remember you with admiration, respect, and love. On that point, if we can request another icon of our struggle, May Sophie Dubrain, to make her tribute to her friend and colleague.
the family of Mayor Ruth Mompati, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Jacob Zuma, the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, our Premier of the host province, Northwest, Mr. Supra Maumapelo. Ministers, our premiers, our deputy ministers, MECs, our executive mayors, our councillors, and our members of parliament and provincial legislatures, the leadership of the African National Congress, the SACP, COSATU, and SANCO, representatives of various sectors, comrades and friends, fellow South Africans, I greet you all. Today I feel immensely privileged to have been asked to say a few words on behalf of the Veterans League about Ruth Mompati. And I'd want to ask you to bear with me, because it may not be easy emotionally. And it is also not possible to describe Mayor Ruth's lifetime, life and times, in too much detail because of time. But just to say, Mayor Ruth, as she was affectionately known, is among those women and men who leave a permanent footprint on the history of their people. Mayor Ruth is one such woman who is both a product and a maker of history. Here at home and globally. And the story is one of bravery, of discipline, and of dedication. She left us with tools to contribute to build a new and better life for all our people. The South African freedom struggle had no better pioneer. She, above all, symbolized the all-round revolutionary whose passion for freedom is combined with the tools to understand the mantra of triple oppression lived by women and the true nature of capital, and what strategies and energies were required in order to destroy it and to put in its place a worthy but different social order. Mayor Ruth hated the triple oppression she experienced by women, which is racial oppression, economic exploitation, and gender discrimination. And she rejected racialism in all its forms, whether expressed in white arrogance or black chauvinism. And talking about black chauvinism, in our many conversations intimate conversations that Ruth and I had, she made reference to the kind of chauvinism that she experienced. And I remember one time, many years ago, in Lusaka, Ruth came to the house where I lived with my family, and she asked us if she could live with us for 3 months, because she has been pulled out of her position that she held, not unceremoniously, but she was removed from her position, and because she was now going to live in Lusaka, or based in Lusaka, she needed a place. And she had a relative in Lusaka. Pauline was her name, her cousin. And Pauline was going to prepare a place for her, but it will take 3 months. So Ruth stayed with us for less than 3 months and went to live with Pauline, her cousin. Ruth was at the forefront of championing the struggles of the working class and a future socialist South Africa. She lived for this ideal and was prepared to die for it if need be. She worked tirelessly to create a unity of all classes and groups, including revolutionary whites, to confront racial tyranny. She was a true patriot who served her people. She served them, and had her feet firmly planted in the aspirations of the people of Vryburg. Yet she remained a shining example of true internationalism and worldwide bonds of progressive humanity everywhere. Today, the curtain has finally closed on one of my greatest friends, an older sister and comrade, Ruth Mompati. It is my deepest sadness that I stand before scores of our compatriots to mark the end of an extraordinary journey that had its origins 89 years ago. It is the end of 89 glorious years of a freedom fighter, a dedicated, humble servant of the people of South Africa, a fountain of wisdom, a pillar of strength, and a beacon of hope to all those fighting for just and equitable global order. And we are all truly honored to be part of this final journey of our beloved, beautiful daughter of the soil. Ruth was a true paragon of beauty. And as she laid in a casket, prostrate, last night, I looked down on her face, and I think she was as beautiful as ever, and perhaps more beautiful than she was alive. Ruth's beauty was very natural. She had a natural beauty, and she carried herself effortlessly, with grace and elegance and style. Ruth had the effect of when she comes into a room, she comes in with that aura that makes everyone wants to see who has just entered. But blessed with her beauty, her grace and her style, she also had huge amount of intellect. And we often hear and read about Ruth being a typist, a shorthand typist. But becoming a shorthand typist is not such an easy matter. If your home language is not English, you have to be good or have a good command of the English language to be able to do shorthand. Because shorthand is a science and an art in which when you are taught it, there are dots and dashes and symbols. And all those things you have to remember, they depict something. They depict a letter. And all those letters and all those dots and dashes, writing above the line of your notebook, or on the line of your notebook, or under the line of your notebook. And all that means something. So Ruth took up shorthand and mastered it. And because she was black, she was known as a shorthand typist. But she was really a stenographer. Because the official name for a shorthand typist is a stenographer, and you do stenography. We are truly honored to be part of the soil and the final journey of one of the greatest daughters who was given the Isi Twalandwe because of her bravery. Ruth was a true servant of the revolution. She worked and shared marches and platforms with the revolutionaries as early as the 50s, and were inspired, and we were all inspired by her courage and selflessness. She was involved in the Defiance campaign in 1952 and was a founding member of the Federation of South African Women, FETSO, in 1954. She was a key figure in mobilizing and organizing the Great Women's March of 9th August 1956. During the state of the emergency in 1960, Ruth, who lived in Orlando, who traveled through Johannesburg risking her life, carrying messages and documents, and from the safe houses where an underground leadership group was staying, and among the group were some South Africans, revolutionaries such as Comrade Ben Turok, Comrade Michael Harmer, and Moses Kotani, among others, and they were in hiding after eluding arrest. Comrade Ben Turok mentioned in the article or the tribute that he wrote of how Ruth was genuine. Ruth was indeed genuine, and she was an original. Ruth left South Africa for military training in 1962 leaving her children behind with her family. She worked with the African National Congress, with ANC President Oliver Tambo in Tanzania, and later in Zambia. And she was a long-standing leader of the ANC Women's League. But as Ruth was busy in exile and all over Africa, where her work carried her, she nurtured children, young men and women today. Some of them have very top jobs. Some of them sit here amongst us. They are ministers and members of parliament. She mothered them. And they found warmth, love. She gave them sound motherly advice, because in their hour of need they needed someone to speak to, someone to look up to, someone to cry to, and someone to dry their tears. But she was not there for her own children. Khalitsuwe and Mompati was far, far away in South Africa. She couldn't nurture them. She couldn't hold their hands. And when they were scared in the night and they needed their mother, she was not there for them. And she carried this deep pain, this void in her heart, going about her duties, smiling and speaking and laughing with all of us. And none of us knew the pain that she underwent because she missed her children so much. Finally, it happened that they were able to come to her. It was difficult in the beginning for Ruth because she didn't know them. She was away from them for so long. They had to find one another, and they had to do it very carefully. And finally, when they did find one another, they lived happily together. Ruth underwent military training and held office as secretary and head of the women's section of the ANC in Tanzania from 1966 to 1973. Ruth remained a member of the ANC's National Executive Council. During this time, she formed part of the President's Office of the ANC. But one of Ruth's more prominent roles is the one she played as the head of the ANC's Board of Religious Affairs between 1981 and 1982 as a chief representative of the ANC in the United Kingdom, and became part of the delegation that held talks with the South African government at Grote Skeer in 1990. On the 10th August 1992, a day after the anniversary of the historic Women's March to Pretoria, she addressed the United Nations Special Committee Against Apartheid in New York on the subject of women. That day was declared an International Day of Solidarity with Women in South Africa. And in 1994, she was elected a member of parliament in the National Assembly, and she was appointed ambassador to Switzerland from 1996 to 2000. And on her return became the mayor of Vryburg, Naledi, here in the Northwest Province. January 2014, the ANC presented Ruth and Mayor Gertrude Schoppe with its highest honor, the Isi Twalandwe Siaparankwe Award. The literary translation of Isi Twalandwe means the one who wears the plumes of the rare bird. The ANC says it is an award bestowed on only the bravest warriors of the people, on those who distinguished themselves in the eyes of all the people for exceptional qualities of leadership and heroism. In bidding you farewell, I want to assure you that you are one of those people who have left a permanent footprint on our hearts. And we will never, ever be the same again. Therefore, to remain true to your legacy, the baton that you have handed over, especially to the ANC Women's League, should not be trampled on or spat on. It is incumbent on the Women's League to improve on their work, on our work, and to correct their mistakes and to respect themselves as women and to dignify the ANC Women's League. Besides all Mayor Ruth's attributes and her qualities of hard work, of dedication, of efficiency and effectiveness, Mayor Ruth was also very decisive. I remember there was a certain delinquent in our midst who carried out a lot of his delinquent activities and attitudes. And it irritated and frustrated the daylights out of Mayor Ruth. And in one of these intimate conversations that Mayor Ruth had with me, she said, enough is enough. And why are they dragging their feet to deal with this delinquent? And she said over the phone, can you take down this letter? She dictated to me over the phone. And she said, I'm coming to Johannesburg and I want that letter to be ready. And when I am there in Johannesburg, we'll discuss further. And she came, and sometimes some of the parts of the letter wasn't satisfactory. So we did it over and over, and it was a letter that she addressed to our leadership. And she asked me to go to Letuli House to hand them that letter. Because she said she was tired The delinquency must stop. And the rest is history. So I want to say to the of Mary Ruth, to all of you that have looked after your grandmother, Khalitsu's children, Mompati's children, the great-grandchildren of Mary Ruth, Cindy and Bushi, who was constantly at Mary Ruth's side. And today, Cindy, the burden, the mantle has fallen on your shoulders to carry this family. Mary Ruth is no more there. And also to the close friends and comrades who stood by the family throughout the days of Mary Ruth's illness, those who traveled from Johannesburg to Cape Town, and anybody else that went to see Mary Ruth in hospital. Lindy, Sisulu, you were constantly, whenever there was a function, you always made sure that you held Mary Ruth's hands, that you sat with her, that you took her to the loo, that you looked after her every need when she was by herself. And so I want to say thank you to all of you as family, as friends, as comrades. And to say that let us carry on and emulate the examples that Mary Ruth laid, that foundation that she laid, because sometimes it's not enough that the foundation is laid, but it's also important that the examples around that foundation is practiced by the people or the persons that lay the foundation. So all the examples and all the good traits and qualities that Mary Ruth had, that you saw, that you witnessed, that you experienced, let us all emulate them. And let us keep up or hold up our flag, and let us carry this democracy forward that Mary Ruth had so tirelessly fought for. Maribongwe! Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Dubrain. Can we have some hymn there from the back? Thanks for that revolutionary songs. We did in the beginning acknowledge the leadership that is present here. There are many prominent South Africans and veterans who have come to pay their last respect to Ma Ruth Mompati. Amongst others, we have Barbara Masigela, Billy Modise, Mavuso Msimang, Cheryl Carolas, Sindiso Mfenyane, the chairperson of the South African Human Rights Commission, Advocate Mushwana, and many South Africans, including the brand new, fresh from the box, the mayor, Nelson Mandela Metro, Danny Jordan. Before we move to the next item, if the choir, Huhudi Mixed Choir, can render the favorite song and hymn of Mayor Ruth Mompati. That's Huhudi Mixed Choir. We're now reaching the apex of this solemn occasion when the President of the Republic is making a eulogy on Mayor Ruth Mompati. But before he does so, it is my honor to call upon the first citizen of this province, Northwest Province, Supra Mahumapelo.
motsamaisa tiro ya letsatsi la gompieno motlotlegi Jeff Gadebe, lelapa lo Sitshoko le lelapa lo Mompati, the collective of the executive arm of the state led by our President Jacob Zuma, the collective of the lawmaking arm of the state led by Baleka Mbete, the judiciary led by Ntate Mogoeng Lemme, re ke tse tšhono gape ke dumedise le motlatsa mopresidente wa rona Ntate Cyril Ramaphosa, re dumedise mopresidente wa rona wa maloba Ntate Kgalema Motlanthe, re dumedisa le modulasetulo wa rona wa NCOP ma rona Mme Thandi Modise. I also take this opportunity to greet fellow premiers who are here today, the MECs, the mayors, the councillors, members of parliament and members of the legislature, our veterans, MKMVA, Maparangwe, Arona, di kgosi tsa rona tsotlhe tse di leng teng ka kwane mo letsatsi la gompieno, the leadership of the SACP, COSATU, and SANCO, the ANC Women's League, ditawana tsa rona ANC Youth League, a di rore ditawana di rore. Motswanare tlhapi solofela leraga metsi a tšhele wa lebile. Kgaka kgolo ga ke na mebala e dikgakaneng. Nko ya kgomo mogala tshwara thata e se re go utlwa sebodu wa kgaoga. Korwe ga ke je ke bapalela tsetsi. Ke Mme Ruth o. Mo botshelong ba ga Mme Ruth ke inopoletse so se le sengwe. In the package of many things we can learn from Mme Ruth's life, that greatness is not the consequence of closer proximity to those who are great in life. I'm saying this because Mme Ruth never sought to present herself or project herself as a great person based on her proximity to those who are great in the movement like Ntate Nelson Mandela and Oliver Tambo. She worked in life through struggle for her today to be saying that we are bearing a great leader. President Jacob Zuma, you led from the front when the people of South Africa said we would want the remains of our leadership, of our icons, of our revolutionaries, Ntate Kotani, Ntate JB Marx, to be repatriated from Russia to South Africa. You also led from the front when South Africans received both of them and reburied them here in South Africa. You did not end there. You came to this province in March, on the 14th and 8 days later, to make sure that you lead from the front again as our leader, as our father, to rebury the remains of these stalwarts of our movement, Malome Kotane, le Malome JB Marx. And I must say that we are also leading from the front today as we bury Ruth Mompati Mompati isi talando sa rona sa mokgatlo wa rona wa African National Congress. The people of South Africa, President Jacob Zuma, are very happy that you are also leading from the front. When people ask where is our vision, you embarked on a process that culminated into the adoption of the National Development Plan, and again on that score you led from the front. So I want to say, President Jacob Zuma, continue leading from the front. Baagi ba bokone bophirima ke ne ke re leletse melodi megolokwane le duduetse ha re emisa mopresidente wa rona Dr. Jacob Zuma to come and address go tla go rema ka lefoko mabapi le botshelo ba ga mme Ruth Mompati mandla awethu ra leboga.
Igama lamakhosikazi libongwe, igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe igama lamakhosikazi Malibongwe igama lamakhosikazi. Malibongwe, malibongwe ma, malibongwe, malibongwe ma, malibongwe igama lamakhosikazi. Malibongwe igama lamakhosikazi. Malibongwe, malibongwe ma, malibongwe, malibongwe ma, malibongwe igama lamakhosikazi. Malibongwe, malibongwe ma, malibongwe, malibongwe ma, malibongwe igama lamakhosikazi. Malibongwe igama lamakhosikazi. Wathinta abafazi, wathinta imbokodo zokufa. 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 Wathinta abafazi, wathinta imbokodo. Uyeyisa, 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 uyeyisa. We mamo, Amanda, awethu, Matla, Yarona, all power, all power. Thank you very much, comrades. I'm sure you will notice that everyone who comes here speaks about Ruth. And you can't create any other verse or chapter. It's the same chapter. So if you hear us saying Ruth was this and that and repeating it, is just as good as the pastor in the church repeating Genesis. The Mompati family, Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa, former President Omaloba, Ndate Montlante Khalema, Lime Khalima Kuku Montlante. Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Balega Mbete, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Ms. Thandi Modise, and all presiding officers of Parliament and members of Parliament, and indeed the presiding officers of the legislatures and members of the legislatures. Honorable Chief Justice Mogoeng and Madam Mogoeng. Chairperson of the AU Commission. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. The Secretary General of the ANC, Comrade Gwede Mantashe, the ANC national officials, leadership of all levels of the ANC, Honorable Premier Supra Mahumapelo, ministers and premiers who are present here, and deputy ministers, MECs, mayors and councillors from Northwest and all over the country, leadership of the South African Communist Party, leadership of the Congress of South African Trade Unions, and leadership of SANCO, leaders of other political parties present here, traditional leaders and religious leaders, Mayor Sophie Williams de Bray, and all veterans of our struggle for liberation who are here today. Comrades and friends, fellow South Africans, Dumelang, Sanbonani, Molweni. Only 2 weeks ago, 2 months ago, we were here at Bokoni Bopirima province and laid to rest the mortal remains of our stalwarts and icons of the liberation struggle, Comrade J.B. Marx and Comrade Moses Kotane. We have gathered here today again, sadly, to pay our last respects to yet another icon of our struggle and a distinguished South African and patriot, Mama Ruth Mompati. Indeed, this province has produced outstanding leaders who make us truly proud to be South Africans and to be Africans. We are gathered here not only to mourn, but to celebrate her life, which was totally dedicated to the struggle for freedom, justice, equality, and the quest for a better life for all, especially the poor. When people talk about Mayor Ruth Mompati, they are filled with joy and inspiration. That is because this proud African and progressive internationalist brought hope and progress in our lives and in our country. We have had very detailed account of how she interacted with all of us. Fellow mourners and fellow Africans and friends, today, just 2 days before Africa Day, we celebrate our African identity and our pride at having produced such a selfless, committed, dedicated, and much-loved revolutionary and freedom fighter as the African people in the African continent. We testify without any fear of contradiction that here lies a towering giant in the struggle for the freedom and democracy that we enjoy today, which came about through the blood, sweat, and tears of thousands of our people, as well as many freedom-loving people within Africa and the globe. Here lies an outstanding leader with an exemplary life which is an embodiment of the principles and values of the liberation movement. She lived these values of unity, selflessness, sacrifice, collective leadership, humility, honesty, discipline, hard work, and mutual respect. This was Ruth. Let me repeat this for all of us to hear and take it, to use it for our own, so that we can be good human beings. She lived these values of unity, selflessness, sacrifice, collective leadership, humility, honesty, discipline, hard work, and mutual respect. How many of us have all these today? And here lies a leader who was totally committed to the vision of creating a truly united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and prosperous South Africa. Mama Ruth, we salute you. You succeeded and made your mark in every task you were given by the liberation movement. And you never allowed obstacles to stand in your way. As we have heard, she was born in the rural village of Kanyesa, here in Vryburg. Ruth qualified as a teacher. Her first major frustration with the apartheid system was when she was barred from teaching simply because the then government did not allow married black female teachers to teach. you are indeed going to take it, because, as I said, if we don't repeat these, you may not appreciate why Ruth, in her early life, took up the fight and fought until her last days. As she said to her children, that we are not yet free if we are economically not yet free. But when did she start experiencing the tough side of oppression? Lest we forget that is where we come from. Our country used to be a place where women were treated as subordinates who could not function outside of the supervision of men. This experience made Ruth to dedicate her life to fighting for the emancipation of women and for women's rights to become recognized as human rights. Due to the frustrations with the teaching profession, Ruth moved to Johannesburg during the important year in the ANC calendar, the year 1952, the year of the beginning of the Defiance campaign. She joined the ANC, as we have heard, the Orlando branch, and also joined the law firm of our leaders and symbols of selfless struggle, Presidents Nelson Mandela and President Oliver Tambo, as a secretary. This responsibility she discharged impeccably and with relative ease. The few years that followed saw the Congress of the People in Kliptown, which adopted the Freedom Charter, the Women's March to the Union buildings, and of course, the beginning of discussions and processes which led the final end to the formation of Umkhonto weSizwe. While working at the firm, she became involved in a variety of campaigns which led to her becoming a member of a number of structures, but more importantly, of the National Executive Committee of the ANC Women's League. Ruth, together with Helen Joseph and Linian Ngoyi, were also the founding members of the Federation of South African Women. Her involvement in these structures was because she understood that the might of oppression weighs heavily, particularly on women. In 1956, Ruth became very central in the organization of what would become an enduring landmark in the history of our country, and that is the August 1956 march, which was attended by over 20,000 women of all races to demonstrate their disdain of the past laws. Mama Sophie Williams-Dubrain was among those brave women who refused to stand by while their right to equal citizenship was being denied by a cruel and vicious regime. In the early 1960s, Ruth became one of the first women to flee the country to join Umkhonto weSizwe in exile. She underwent her military training in the Soviet Union in 1963. In that vein, here lies a soldier in the true sense of the word, a soldier in the battle against the tyranny, and a soldier for peace and freedom. She was among those women who were in the leadership of the struggle, at the cutting edge of the struggle. Many followed after her, and many who were part of the struggle to liberate ourselves, if need be, militarily. After the banning of the ANC, Ruth played a very critical role in the re-establishment of the organization in the country, and also an international mobilization of support for our organization, the ANC, and our struggle broadly. We recall a significant intervention she made in August 1992 in her address to the United Nations Special Committee Against Apartheid during the special day of international solidarity with women in South Africa. She cautioned the international community not to be blinded by the euphoria of the unbanning of organizations and the release of Nelson Mandela and other political prisoners. She told the world that the apartheid regime was continuing its reign of terror through state-sponsored violence in the townships, and that freedom had not yet dawned in South Africa. It was a significant intervention, as that was the year of the Boipatong massacre and several other state-sponsored violent incidents that were designed to derail our march to freedom and democracy. During the post-democratic dispensation, she continued playing varying roles in the advancement of our agenda of transforming the quality of life. She also continued to promote unity and solidarity. On her election as mayor of Naledi municipality, she used her position to unite what was once a divided society along racial lines into a united society committed to a common vision. As an ambassador representing her country abroad, she established relations for South Africa which remain strong to this day, such as during her position to Switzerland. She had also established strong relations for the ANC in South Africa during her tenure as a chief representative of the ANC abroad during her period in exile, when she was our ambassador in the United Kingdom. Even in retirement, many years later, Ruth was involved in various community projects aimed at the upliftment of our people. It is this life that knows no rest and peace that led to the ANC in 2014 to bestow its highest honor, of Isithwalandwe Siaparangwe, on Ruth Mompati. This honor is received for the bravest warriors and those who distinguish themselves and who possess exceptional qualities of leadership and heroism. Government has also honored her in various ways. The Department of International Relations and Cooperation bestowed on her the Lifetime Achievement Award in the inaugural Ubuntu Awards in February this year. This province named the Ruth Mompati District Municipality after her and also constructed a bust in her honor. The University of the Northwest awarded Mama Ruth with an honorary master's degree in education in 1996. The then Medical University of South Africa, now called Sefako Makgatu Health Sciences University, also awarded her an honorary doctorate. These are just a few accolades that demonstrate what an outstanding leader we have been fortunate enough to live and work with. The importance of all these accolades is that they were bestowed on her while she was still alive. She was able to appreciate how highly her people regard her during her lifetime. The greatest honor we can bestow on Ruth is for us to draw lessons from her life that will make us better human beings. This means that we should revive and promote in ourselves and in our communities the supreme ideals that she held dearly. We should promote unity, respect for one another, patriotism, non-racialism, tolerance, and quality and equality for men and women. In Ruth, we had a comrade, a leader. We had a mother, a sister. We had a person easy to approach. We had a colleague ready to air her views when she had views, but not to say anything if she did not have any view. She didn't say, I support so and so, and repeat what that so and so has said. No. She raised her hand because there was an issue to raise. Many of us, we are like the son of Dludla. When there was a protest that it talks too much in the meeting, and he says the son of Dludla will be heard and seen until this meeting is over. Because ubefuna ukukhuluma nje bebatla kubuwa qho. Abantu abakhuluma njalo ngesizulu sithi ongangedlula iJesu ngizwa amazwi ami. Mary Ruth was very clear that she will raise the issue when there is an issue. We spend a lot of time with her in a number of leading structures like the National Executive Committee, as well as the PMC. Now, that National Executive Committee of Tambo and Lusaka met as a normal period to meet, 1 week, and discussed every issue. And that's why all decisions were clear. If one of that Tambo's NEC was speaking in New York and the other one in New Delhi on one issue, they would say exactly the same thing. They might differ in words. If we had an emergency NEC meeting, 3 days, that is emergency, we're discussing one issue only, probe 2. That's why there was no discord. Bayazo comrade ukuthi ngikhuluma ngani. But she was a wonderful person in every respect. As a sister, as a mother, as a comrade, as a colleague. She spoke her mind, by the way. At any given moment, she was once asked a question in London when she was the chief representative of the ANC about, who remembers? What is your view? The journalist asked. About people who want to be other sexes, you know. I don't want to mention names because I might end up wrongly. As a girl born in a village, clear on these matters, she made her point very clear about that issue. And those people who believe in this were up in arms. And Lusaka said, oh, usenza numerut, usenza. She had said it. A man must be a man, a woman must be a woman. Finish. Nothing else. What Mngando, why say Shilo? Because she used to speak her mind. She really used to speak her mind. I think it was in 2007. I went to London for something, and she was there for some function. We met at the embassy. And protocol took me next to her. I was sitting next to her. And she said, thanks God you are next to me. Can you tell me, what is the problem between you and Thabo? And I said to myself, only Comrade Ruth could ask this question. And I did not respond for some time. She says, no, I've asked Comrade Thabo too. So I said, no, there's nothing. He says, exactly, that's what Thabo said, there's nothing. But there is something. That was my Ruth. Speaks a man, doesn't worry how you feel afterwards. And she said, you comrades, you must stop what you are doing. I said, no, but we are doing nothing. It's nothing. Comrades, I would like to extend our deepest condolences to the family, relatives, the organization she loved with all her heart, the ANC and the alliance partners. Allow me also to extend deepest condolences to the family on behalf of our former president, Comrade Thabo Mbeki. He has asked me to convey to the family that condolences and apologize that he was not able to attend this final occasion of Comrade Ruth because of certain circumstances beyond his control, which have prevented him from bidding the final farewell to a person that he has known so many years, an outstanding leader that he has worked with for many decades. He wishes the family strength during this difficult period. Fellow South Africans, we salute our mother, our leader, our teacher, a gallant fighter, a brave warrior, a true patriot, and an outstanding South African and African. Rest in peace, Mama Ruth. You have fought a good fight. You have finished the race in literal sense. And you have kept the faith. Tsamaya sentle Khabu Mokhatla. Wahama Dana. Mahadimana Twain. Very important. Mahadimana Twain. Ntonga bale kopekana nomuntu ngqo. Majakomo asa kadime. Kisona seo. Hamba kahle Mkhonto. Hamba kahle Qhawe lamaqhawe. Siyohlala sikukhumbula. Siyohlala sikuthanda njalo. Lala ngoxolo Qhawe lamaqhawe. Robala kaGotso sinahla sadinahla. Lumhla sibuyayo, lumhla sibuya, lumhla sibuyayo, gothula kuthi. Lumhla sibuya, lumhla sibuya, lumhla sibuyayo, gothula kuthi. Dokal, dokal, ogoduma emba phezulu kwentaba. Dokal, dokal, ogoduma emba phezulu kwentaba. Lumhla sibuya, lumhla sibuya, lumhla sibuyayo, gothula ku. Lumhla sibuya, lumhla sibuya, lumhla sibuyayo, gothula kuthi. Phezulu kwentaba. Dokal, dokal, ogoduma embamba phezulu kwentaba. Lumhla sibuya, lumhla sibuya, lumhla sibuyayo, gothula kuthi. Lumhla sibuya, lumhla sibuya, lumhla sibuyayo, gothula kuthi. Dokal, dokal, ogoduma embamba phezulu kwentaba. Lumhla sibuya, lumhla sibuya, lumhla sibuyayo, gothula kuthi. Lumhla sibuya, lumhla sibuya, lumhla sibuyayo, gothula kuthi. Phezulu kwentaba. Bakal, bakal, ogoduma embamba phezulu kwentaba. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for such a moving tribute and eulogy to our stalwart, Ma'am Ruth Mompati. That hymn, we need to thank the stalwarts. They kept the fires burning, waiting for that day, 27 April 1994. We would like to acknowledge Meru's church leadership who are present here today. Reverend Alistair Arenas, who is General Secretary of UCCA, and Reverend Tulani Ndlanzi, a Synod Secretary, and Reverend Julius Pudule, Synod Chairperson. Thanks for your guidance and companionship to Mayor Ruth Mompati. The South African National Defence Force is now taking over with the sermon led by Chaplain General Jamangi. General.
Commander-in-Chief, permission to proceed with the devotion, sir. Thank you. Allow me to start in this fashion. There was a request from the family that was processed to the office of the presidency. And that request was given to the South African National Defence Force. It was translated to an instruction to the Chaplain General that we must find out one of the hymns that Mother Ruth liked. We did so as instructed. We communicated with the family to confirm the hymn, and it was confirmed. So I would like us to execute that order. In your programs, you will see there's a little piece of paper. Inside it, it's written, "Mine eyes have seen." And that is the hymn. But permit me that we don't sing the hymn as it is. We just take the chorus of it. And we sing the chorus 3 times, and after that, then I can proceed with what I'm supposed to do. Shall we all rise and give respect to this hymn? Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. For the last time. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. I thank you. To the Master of Ceremonies, the Honorable Minister in the Presidency, Uba Okhadebe, to Mama Ruth's family, to the President of the Republic, the Commander-in-Chief of the South African National Defence Force, to our many honored and distinguished guests across the spectrum of our country, to all from near and far, to the Military Command Council of the South African National Defence Force, to the people of the land, from the book of the Gospels, there are words that reads as follows: she did what she could, and what she has done will also be told as a memorial to her. This was a woman, a very courageous woman, a woman who overstepped her boundaries according to the olden days. She overstepped the rules of a male-dominated patriarchal society because she wanted to anoint the Son of the living God. And when everybody was upset about this, God defended this woman and said she did what she could do, and what she has done will also be told as a memorial to her. Ruth said yes to the Lord. She opened her heart to him before she followed him. Although she received him as her Redeemer, she didn't stop there. Faith is more than just fellowship with God. She served others, and through faith expresses itself in deeds. Mother Ruth, she knew how to get into the lives and the needs of other people. She was motivated out of love by the love of God. She was a fearless and a courageous woman of faith. And she knew that freedom which cannot be tested is freedom which cannot be trusted. Whether it was Women's March to the Union buildings to confront the apartheid government in question of race and discrimination, Mother Ruth, she was against that black people should be regarded as second-class citizens in their own country. Whether it was a shop steward, a unionist, Mother Ruth took the risk to make a difference in her lifetime. She lived fearlessly and feared no one, even if it meant loneliness, deprivation, and untold hardship for her and her family. As a matter of fact, the white government feared her. She knew that no matter where in life you find yourself, to be whether in prison, in fire, or going through deep waters, or even in exile, God is with you, and those who reject you cannot keep God from raising you. What a woman. What a testimony. She knew that those who do not support you cannot keep God from sustaining you. She knew that no investment made in God will ever fail. That no one who hopes in God will be disappointed. No one who loves God will be forsaken. Even when her blue turned to gray, she knew that no one who rejoices in God will be depressed. And she knew that God was still God, even when he was nowhere to be seen. Mother Ruth, she knew that God that we have is a God of light, a light that can never be darkened, a peace that can never be disturbed, a joy that can never be diminished. In spite of all handicaps, in spite of viciousness of the apartheid state and its brutal response to those who resisted the system, Mother Ruth never ceased to hope that tomorrow will be better than today. She never permitted the years to kill her hopes. Even in her advanced years, she still believed that the best was yet to come. God permitted her to live to witness the advent of a free and democratic South Africa. She didn't do her work half-heartedly. She did it with passion and compassion. The Lord says in his word, "Them that honors me, I will honor." Mother Ruth, she operated from the base of freedom. Someone who is free inside is a happy person who can distribute happiness to other people. Mother Ruth, in the midst of sorrow, she taught us that we must understand that God never leaves us without a comforter. To the people of the land, hold your heads high and stick out your chest. It gets dark sometimes, but morning comes. In the presence of her Lord, she stands without fear. Long night has ended, and her everlasting life has begun. Her earthly struggles have ceased, and her heavenly life has begun. No more weeping, no more pain, no more disappointments, no more frustrations, no more struggles. She is forever with the Lord. I can almost hear her saying this hour of the day, tell them, I went to the place set on high for me by my God. Tell them, he is the God of our weary years and the God of our silent tears. Tell them that the grim reaper death does not speak the last word. God speaks the last word, and his word is always good. tell them that God's word is final in any subject. Whatever God has promised, God will perform. Whatever God has declared, God will deliver. Whatever God has begun, God will bring into completion. In conclusion, somebody said, sufferings are not accidents. They are divine appointments, and God is in complete control of them. To the family, as a result of your pain, make certain that you gain something out of it. Your prayer life ought to be more deeper. Your faith ought to be more stronger. Your religion ought to taste sweeter. As we look around, we notice that freedom fighters who have suffered are often the greatest source of our strength. We thank you for that. Therefore, before you can tell the story, you have to go through experience. And sometimes we may not understand what God has in mind. But today, we see that the bruising of Mama Ruth has prepared a blessing for all of us, a freedom for all, a freedom for all, and a freedom for all. God bless you. It is well with my soul. Whoa, it is well. It is well with my soul.
Thanks, Chaplain General Jamangile. Two announcements. Somebody has lost spectacles. If it's yours, please come. The last announcement. At the end of the benediction, the family and the president are requested to follow the military procession through exit 2. And due to the limited space at the cemetery, the following mourners are requested to join the family and the president at the cemetery: the deputy president, former deputy president, chief justice, the Constitutional Court Justice Nkabinde, all presiding officers of both houses of parliament, or AU Commission Chairperson Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, members of the National Executive Committee, leaders of the Alliance, ministers, premiers, deputy ministers, MECs, the NEC of the ANC Women's League, the mayor of Dr. Ruth Mompati District Municipality, the mayor of Naledi Municipality, and former mayor of Assen in Netherlands. All other mourners are requested to remain seated as the proceedings at the cemetery will be reflected on the screen here, and the Minister of Transport, Dipuo Peters, will direct the program here from this door. Last note: ministers, ANC officials, premiers, and deputy ministers will follow the hearse through this direction. Others who are going to the cemetery, they know themselves, over and above those that I've just mentioned, will be going through the metal detectors for transport on gate 3. The family buses will be waiting outside. Thank you very much.
Let us pronounce the benediction. Then after that, we announce the military honors. Alwaba ufefele nkosi yethu Yesu Kristu. Uthando lukaThixo uyise ubudlelwano bomoya ingcwele. Maluhle phezu kwethu sonke ngoku nangu naphakade. May the people of God say amen. We begin the military honors. The pallbearers: Brigadier General Harrison, Brigadier General Lux, Brigadier General Buthelezi, Brigadier General Pale, Rear Admiral Bakar, Rear Admiral Nadu, Brigadier General De Pizzo, Brigadier General Mputa. The bearers: Master Warrant Officer Sitlako, Master Warrant Officer Mabitsela, Master Warrant Officer Likoko, Master Warrant Officer Khalane, Master Warrant Officer Tsotetsi, Master Warrant Officer Vika, Master Warrant Officer Chiolane, Master Warrant Officer Mutsamai, and the Chief Warrant Officer in charge, January. I thank you.
Well, this marks the end of this part of the ceremony. From here, of course, it's to Ubudi Cemetery, and that is where the remains of Umama will indeed be laid to rest. Senior members of government and members there and the family will be required to go. Everybody else will stay here right where we are because of limited space where they are going. Quite a solemn occasion, a befitting tribute indeed to someone of her caliber. Same message coming through, speaker after speaker, really saying exactly what she was, an inspiration to so many people, a leader to so many people, a mother to many. And indeed a life well lived. Well, the cortege will depart for Uhudi Cemetery in a short while, and that is where, of course, the flag, the national flag, will be removed from the coffin by the military and handed over to the family. Members of the South African National Defence Force, as well as the ceremonial guard you're seeing right now, will of course withdraw from that point onwards. Well, the pallbearers, Casey, don't know, are all drawn from the Army, the South African Air Force, the Navy, and they all work together, and they're part of the ceremony today because it has been declared an official funeral. This being the penultimate part of a ceremony that started early this morning at the church where Mama Ruth Mompati used to go to. Well, of course, you are going to be staying with us because we will be bringing you the proceedings beyond this point. My colleague Griselda Lewis is standing by at the cemetery, and that's from where she will take over as soon as the cortege leaves the showgrounds. But we will be with you on the way throughout up until it reaches the cemetery, whereafter Griselda Lewis will be taking over from me and Tsepo Ikane. It's been a solemn occasion, but it's also been an occasion to celebrate. You could see the joy and the pleasure in the eyes and the body language of Women's League members as they came to bid farewell to one of their own, but perhaps more importantly to someone who inspired and perhaps continues to inspire all of them. Interesting comments that were made earlier by one of the people who spoke, Ms. Sophie De Bruyn, who paid tribute to Ruth Mompati, saying perhaps the best tribute that young people can pay is to do away with what she sees as a creeping habit that she thinks is out or may just destroy everything that people like her, people like Ruth Mompati ever stood for. It's a generation that never asked for anything in return, but completed every task that they were given. They never asked what was in it for them. They did what they were asked to do. But I'm sure these conversations will continue. And as South Africans, we will keep asking ourselves, what is it that we're doing right? What is it that we're doing wrong? And how do we ensure that the things that we've learnt from people like this stalwart who is being buried today actually continue? But what are the things that we need to do away with to make sure that our nation gets back on its feet, does away with things that are undesirable, but keeps making sure that we do all the things that people like Ruth Mompati lived and died for.
Yeah, we can go. Yeah, we can go.
Well, that's the cortege on its way to Sudi Cemetery, and that is where Mayor Ruth Mompati will be laid to rest. Now, we are going to be staying with you. As I said earlier, my colleague Griselda Lewis is on the other side, right at the cemetery, and she will be bringing you all the proceedings from there. But while we're staying with some of the pictures that you are seeing, I'm going to play for you another tribute compiled for us by Tebucho Alexander. Just take a look and listen on this, but we'll of course be staying with some of the pictures that you are seeing.
Ngivale idag right, okay, sharp. Okay, let's wait for the S. Let's wait for them.
Hey, good man. Come up. Hey man, how are you? Good, not too. Yeah, but too. No, that's Rasama wena. Umo kanti lwena. Ka tla tena here go wa round mo le. A se mo. Oh, le Christian. Ba re tlo bua so. Oh, a lena ke teke ya mafiki le go bana. Ba se re tle ga mo ne go tsala. Ra go iketla. Go ya da wena. Go la ga. E be tsala re fetsa mo tsala mo go ya tsama. Tse ke le go elmi. Yeah, no, they are good. Yeah, man. Yeah, but you rent a brother sama. You go ya kwale fa fela. Bize mona they are lots of the blankets. They are police, They are police. How we come to? Okay. Hello. Hi, there's too much sound. Yeah, inside. Check Senegal.
And then when we fall in the ground, they caught us and they arrested us, they put us into vans and they went away with us. I just leave my baby and my...
Volume insert go dim. Volume ya insert, ma. Not Shagai. Yeah? The volume ya insert is too much high. I can't hear you when. Can you increase your volume? Yeah?
Let's go back. Yeah. Huh? Toward the edges. Yeah.
Yeah, that's better, man. 5 minutes. Rarepa, ne? Oreza. Okay. Okay, let's grab a guest. But did you get that doctor? Did you get the doctor?
We did speak to her earlier, Dr. Ndlovu.
I didn't. Was it for you? Which one is that?
The one who was wearing the pink, the one I was taking pictures. She said, let me take pictures of and her. Remember?
Let me think about it. What about the guest? Who's available? Hello? Orbita. Hello.
One who's wearing a striped tie.
Just wait so kita bua le tlamit. Interview Dr. Masikene. Hello? Ke mang gape o teng mona nka nkerepela nka mo kry-a?
Well, that, of course, historic 1956 march when women marched on the Union buildings to highlight the plight of not only women, but the plight of South Africans who were oppressed under the apartheid regime. Do stay with us. For now, though, I'm going to hand over to Tsepo Ikaneng, my colleague who is on the other side of where I'm standing. Tsepo, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Voyo. As we approach the final leg of the funeral ceremony of Mama Ruta, a lot of people are still inside the dome watching proceedings from the big screens, television screens, to actually follow what's happening, given the fact that we know that there is a limited space to converge a cemetery. With me, I'm having one of the provincial leaders from the Northwest MEC for Health, Dr. Masike, who will also be telling us about his observation about proceedings, especially his relations with the late Mama Ruta. Can you just take us through that?
Thank you very much for inviting me. I opened Tlapeng Clinic with Mama Ruta, and I had time to interact with her. We are endowed with leaders who still share the vision and the mission and the objective of what the struggle was about. Just before we got into government, there was a document that was circulated, ready to govern. Yeah. And she asked me, Masike, are you ready to govern? Mama Ruta, I'm trying my best. And she's always been there as a sounding board to say, do you think we're still in the right direction? Yeah. I would say, and she would say, go for it, go for it. Yeah. And I'll miss her for that. Yeah. You know, every time I'm in Tlapeng and around this area, I would also make sure I go and see her. And that will miss you. See, it's important for us to teach our children what you also learn from. It must be a generational issue that what one generation learns from another must go down. Honesty, trustworthiness, commitment to your belief system. making sure that you are able to share the little that you've got with the rest of society. Even if it's knowledge, don't keep it yourself. Teach others. Teach the right things. If it's resources, if you are able to influence people to go to school and you are able to pay a little bit of their school fees, do so. If you know where bursaries, you can get bursaries, do so. These are all the things we learned from our old lady that we'll miss so much. We hope to be able to continue that legacy.
One of the major attributes of Mama Ruta was her forthrightness. I mean, you heard one comment by President Jacob Zuma to say that at one stage she confronted him to say that, is there any tension between yourself and former President Thabo Mbeki? I mean, it was on a later moment when the president said this, but it reveals how she was.
Oh, for sure. But she's always been like that with us. If I promised that I'll build a clinic in Tlapeng, it took us a number of years before we could do it, but she never forgot. And she would forthrightly ask me, you said you'll build a clinic in Tlapeng, where is it? Then I would have to tell her, it's not in this financial year, it is the other financial year. Ultimately, it happened, and she was very happy.
Lastly, Dr. Masike, as she approached her final leg, the burial ceremony taking place at this very town, at this very area that she was born at and worked very hard and concluded her political career. Definitely, how would you like to see her legacy being honored and carried forward?
I think it is important for our children and the rest of us left behind to understand the difference between the cause and the career. Once you begin to believe in uplifting and developing the rest of society, it becomes a cause. And the cause that she fought for, the cause that she ultimately died for, is the cause that we must continue to uphold. The vision and mission and objectives that she stood for is exactly what we must continue to do. We must continue to work together and make not only South Africa, not only the Northwest, but the rest of Africa and the world proud of who we are. We're the Northwest people. The Freedom Charter says there shall be peace and stability. That is how we relate with humanity. And she was a peaceful person who coexisted in other people in other spaces, and we want us to continue to do that.
Dr. Masike, this is Dr. Masike, the Minister, the MEC for Health in the provincial, in the Northwest Province. As we are waiting to the arrival of the cortege at the cemetery, Griselda Lewis, our colleague, she's standing by to carry you through those proceedings. But I'm going to be handing over to Voyo on the other side.
Well, with me is the Premier of Limpopo, who is among the people here to pay tribute to Mama Mompati. Premier, what's going through your mind right now?
Right now, I'm just thinking about the loss that the country and the African National Congress has just incurred. It was said today, I don't remember who was this speaker, that when you lose these stalwarts like Comrade Ruth, Mama Ruth, it's like burning a library, because these people spent a lot of time accumulating a lot of experience, accumulating a lot of knowledge. You wouldn't want to lose them, because once you lose them, it's like losing a lot of investment that you have invested for many, many years.
One of her attributes has been selflessness. And Mama Sophie de Bruyn, when I was talking to her earlier, before she paid that tribute on stage, was that she had that which, in fact, people of her generation had that which we are missing from young people, or those whose job it is to do work for their communities, today, and that is selflessness. Everyone, before they are even given a task, when you start saying, I was thinking, they start saying, tell me what's in it for me, even though they may not put it in as many words.
Which is very bad, at some stage when we joined the liberation struggle, more especially both in the underground and in Umkhonto weSizwe particularly, you were made to drill this concept of the triple S, sacrifice, struggle, and serve, yes. Again, the other thing that you were made to recite and was drilled within yourself was the question of who do you serve? And you would respond by saying, I serve the people of South Africa. Who do you serve? I serve the people of South Africa. I think those are the kind of things that we miss today. So that people must know that before you become a premier, before you work, you think about the salary that you're earning for your family, you're serving the people of South Africa. I think that is it that we are missing, and we really need, and it was discussed several times. I think it was discussed at Mangaung when we said we wanted to come up with a new cadre. It was because we had realized that we're missing that.
Well, I guess the question then one would ask is what you, those of you who are aware of it, number one, but number two, who have the ability to do something about it, are doing.
We are currently in the process of building political schools, as you would notice. I think you know about that process as the political party. Talking now as the chairperson of the ANC in the province, we are building infrastructure for that purpose in particular, so that we can inculcate within our people this attitude of selflessness, where you teach people that they are because you are because we are, So as a result, I think if I have to say, as government maybe, as a premier, we are also doing a lot to do that, because we are sending people through rigorous training processes currently. In my province, as you know, that we are in a process of reparation currently. We are repairing things that have gone terribly worse in the province. For us to sustain that province is to do exactly that: train, mobilize, and make sure that every person that we train carries or takes within himself that the president was talking about. You remember when he repeated the issue of selflessness, dedication, prepared to serve. He said, I want to repeat it so that everybody else hear it, which means it's very, very central to the movement and the government as a whole.
Premier, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Well, very, very briefly, allow me to grab Undosi as well. Dosi, you were sitting there listening to the speakers saying the same things over and over again about Umama or Ruth Mompati. What went through your mind as you were listening to the president and everyone else who spoke before him?
Well, it's the fear that went through my mind. Somebody sitting next to me said, as she gone, how many are left? Sophie de Bruin, Mama Ruth is gone. I think there will be two in that crop. It's like when you grow up and all of a sudden you have nobody to run to, and when everybody begins to run to you and you realize that there is trouble, is a trouble. As the president was saying, she spared no words. She stopped at nothing to tell you what she thinks of you and what she thinks of the present generation. That is disappearing. We like to lie to each other, and we like to lie to ourselves.
The question is why?
I don't know. Maybe we do need to blame them a little bit, because they did not take the trouble of transferring that crop of the ANC, your Mandelas, your Tambos, your Sisulos, your Gavin Mbegis, and your Mlanginis, who's the only one left together with Kathrata too. As the president was saying, that the ANC made a mistake by not telling people what people did for us when we were in exile, talking about the xenophobia. Maybe we are becoming weaker and weaker because we don't give ourselves time to give the history and how do you behave, how do you maintain all those things that the president was mentioning and repeated them. So no party repeats them forever and all. We're too hurried. We think about ourselves. We're too material imbued and all that kind of thing. We don't write. We don't write. I'm very sure too many people wouldn't know who Ruth Mompati is as she going. So these are the mistakes. I hope we correct them, and we correct them fast, because
well, many of you are now in leadership positions within the ANC, in the National Executive Committee and the National Working Committee of the ANC. So you do have the power to actually do something about the wrongs that you are saying.
Remember when the president was laughing about the 3 days and the 2 days that the NEC will have the emergency and come and discuss for 3 days on one issue. He has been calling that thing all the time in the NEC, that NEC doesn't have enough time of discussing matters.
Thank you very much, Dosa. Thank you for your time. We have unfortunately run out of time. Well, Mr. Begicele, a leader of the ANC in his own right. Well, I am now going to hand over to Griselda Lewis, who is at the cemetery.
Well, thank you very much to my colleagues there, Vuyo Mvoko, as well as Tsepo Ikaneng, who've been coming to you live for the past couple of hours from the Vryburg Showgrounds, where so much tribute has been paid to an icon, a woman who fought until her death for the liberation of the people of this country, and certainly one can say someone who championed the rights of women in this country. So many making reference, of course, to that historic march back in 1956, where 20,000 strong women marched on the Union buildings to say no to the pass books that were being carried at the time, and also ultimately to say no to the apartheid government and the atrocities that were being leveled against many South Africans during the apartheid era. Certainly all of the tributes that we've been seeing taking place there, each and every speaker after speaker, spoke about the commitment of Mama Ruth Mompati, who was committed not just to the struggle in this country, but committed to the community which she lived in. I must tell you, as the cortege is making its way from the Vryburg Showgrounds, it should be here at the Huhudi Cemetery. Now, this will be the final resting place of this icon, a woman who many are celebrating here today. And if I could just tell you, some of the visuals that you're not seeing on your screen at the moment is the visuals of so many of the people from Huhudi in this village here who've got their umbrellas, they're lining the streets and waiting to say goodbye to this heroine. And as some of the guards go past just before the cortege will make its way inside the cemetery here, you hear quite a lot of ululating as well. Ululating obviously in celebration of this life, of this woman who fought for so much in this country. We also heard from President Jacob Zuma. President Jacob Zuma speaking very fondly of the early days of Mama Ruth when she began her career and began this life in politics. You would recall, of course, in the beginning when she was a teacher. She had, of course, qualified and got a certificate, to teach primary school here in Vryburg. And at the time, the laws and the regulations of the apartheid government certainly didn't allow for black teachers to marry. Mama Ruth got married and she lost her job. And without a shadow of a doubt, as we've heard from many of the politicians and from many people who understand her rich political history, she packed her bags and she trekked to Johannesburg. Where she decided that she would become a typist at the Mandela and Tambo attorneys, working together closely, side by side, of course, with those two icons who also played a very significant role towards shaping this country. We heard a lot about Watintu Bafazi, Watinti Mbogoto. It's a lot about celebrating women in this country, and women at the time, of course, oppressed to the core. And such that we see it government in this day and age that many women, we've got the likes of, the International Relations Minister, Maitenkwana Mashabane, we've got the Defense Minister, Nosivuyo Mapisa-Nqakula, all holding key positions within government. And certainly many would say it was people like Mama Ruth Mompati, who hailed from the dusty streets of Freiburg, who paved the way for those women. So many decades later, the cortege is just about to enter the Uhudi cemetery here in Freiburg, and certainly this will be the resting place of this icon, the final resting place. But just to bring you up to speed also about what is expected to happen here, you'd know that it's not the entire community that has been invited. Well, of course, due to space concerns, it's of course President Jacob Zuma, the Deputy President, and key figures within the African National Congress, as well as ministers and the family, of course, which are allowed here into the cemetery. But the ululating that I'm hearing from where I am standing certainly gives an indication of a woman who was loved in this community, who never forgot about her community. Now, what's expected to take place here, let me just bring you up to speed also, is that President Jacob Zuma will take a seat with the family, and then the flag, the national flag, will be removed from the coffin and will be handed over to the family. I tell you, the tributes that have been pouring in here. I mean, flags have been flying at half-mast since the 13th of May, a day after South Africans woke up to the tragic news that this icon, this liberator, a woman, a struggle hero, those words are words that, come from the mouths of many South Africans, government ministers, and ordinary people. I'm really looking forward to, I must say, trying to negotiate, of course, with some of the security here to try and get them to bring in some of, the ordinary people here from Freiburg. I just want to hear from them. These are people who lived with such an icon. Many may know the politics of Ruth Mompati, would know about the struggles of Ruth Mompati and what it is that she stood for this country. But certainly what we can do is speak to some of those ordinary people and hear what they thought of Mayor Ruth Mompati. But fortunately earlier I got to speak to one of the family members, one of the grandsons of Mayor Ruth Mompati, and he's Bunolo Modise. And very importantly, he mentioned some of the key aspects of how she valued education, what a disciplinarian she was towards the grandchildren, and how they would always listen to her, and what is of significance that they took from such an icon, certainly to take from wealth of knowledge from somebody who served greatly for this country. Let's hear from Mayor Ruth Mompati's grandson, Bunolo Modise. Well, we're still remembering the life and times of the late struggle icon Ruth Mompati. I'm going to chat now to her grandson, Bunolo Modise. Thank you so much, Bunolo, for joining us. Quite a fitting tribute for your grandmother this morning. People have come from all over to come and pay tribute to a woman who, until the end, gave her life to the struggle in this country.
Indeed, Griselda, it only indicates that Mama Ruta was a loved person by many people, and it's all because of the way in which she managed to treat everybody equally, and the humbleness that she showed in anything and everything that she did. There was never a dull moment with Mama Ruta. She always found a way to make you feel comfortable, even if she didn't actually know you, but you would always feel that Mama knows me very well, and that's just who she was.
A life dedicated to the struggle, it must have been very difficult for you as grandchildren, Mama not being there, not to give that kind of guidance. We know and understand her to be one who comforted those in exile. What was she like at home?
Mama was a unifier. She really gave a lot of information to us about how we should behave ourselves as kids, how we should develop, and how we should treat others. And it is quite clear when you look at her grandkids, how they behave themselves, that we had somebody
who we really looked up to, and we did not really want to disappoint her in things that we did.
How would you as a family want to see this legacy continue? So much more needs to be told about this woman who was brave enough back in 1956 to lead 20,000 women to say no to the apartheid government. How must this legacy, or how should we as a country, as women in general as well, move this legacy forward?
I think it's only to continue with the good work that Mama Ruta was doing. She would be very happy wherever she is if we can continue taking care of the destitute, ensuring that those who like education are supported as much as we can. Mama would be very happy.
You speak very fondly about education, and certainly we saw that, very early in the, the struggle life of Mama Ruth Mompati. When she was a teacher at the time, she was, fired from their job because she got married. At the time, of course, black teachers not being allowed to get married. Was that passion for education one of the strongest things that you would say she was passionate about, in conjunction with politics, of course?
Mama would do anything to ensure that education of the nation is developed. As you might know, she was a board member at Tiger Kloof, the school that she went to earlier, and she played a leading role in ensuring that Tiger Kloof as an institution gets reopened. Until her last days, she continued to participate in the activities of the school. That only indicates how strongly Mama felt about education. She set up a bursary fund to ensure that those needy kids who loved education were afforded that opportunity to pursue their studies further. And I cannot emphasize it more that Mama told us that there is no shortcut to success in life, and that education remains one of the only beacons for South Africans to prosper later on in their lives.
Will that form part of the crucial words that you will give during the speech that you will make in the next few minutes at the showgrounds?
Well, whenever I get an opportunity to do so, I shall, because I will only be continuing the message that Mama used to send out to everybody.
Bonolo Modise, thank you very much for your time. Bonolo Modise speaking to us there. He is the grandson of the late struggle icon, Mayor Ruth Mompati. Well, certainly family members sharing, the life and times, the precious moments that they spent with this icon, Mayor Ruth Mompati. If you've just joined us, you're watching a live broadcast. We're coming to you live now at the final phase at the burial site of Mayor Ruth Mompati at the Huhudi Cemetery here in Freiburg, where she was from. I must also welcome the new viewers on SABC News as well, extending to more than 50 countries. Certainly the SABC welcoming those viewers as well. They'll certainly get to learn a lot about Mayor Ruth Mompati, knowing that she was also an internationalist. She just didn't only fight for the liberation of South Africans here at home on South African soil, but she was exiled in places like Botswana as well, where certainly there she rallied the international community and many others to denounce what was happening in South Africa during that time. The visuals you're seeing now is President Jacob Zuma arriving here at the Huhudi Cemetery. This is, of course, the final resting place of Mayor Ruth Mompati. One of the observations I also made is that her body would be laid to rest near some of her family members as well. You would recall that some of the speakers earlier spoke very dearly about what a friend she was. So she will be laid to rest next to some of her family members. But certainly, what would, this celebration of life mean without speaking to the people of Freiburg, speaking to the people of Huhudi, those who treasured this woman who rose from these dusty streets to come and become such a towering figure in politics, a towering figure towards the emancipation of women in this country. Let me speak now to one of those people. And Dade, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. What does Mayor Ruth Mompati mean for you as a young person, Mo Freiburg?
Okay, I am Jackson Musimanu Utsile Matebele in a lot in this town, and Mama Ruth Mompati.
Don't worry, I've come to my senses.
So, come on, someone will have a fui back our phone. Are you sure?
As God is my witness, Baburu, I promise you, let Dilena, I'm going to see it through.
Because Dili it or twisa re me ka maoto. Dili e re tlo build a company ka yona.
I know, Makatzazeki. Abakwebo, khona le nto abayifunayo ke. Bafuna ukuthi ngifeyile. Ngeke ngibavumele.
Thank you.
That was generous, as we understand, one that was very committed to this community. We're seeing quite a lot of people ululating here, and clearly it's quite a celebration of this life. Where now to make sure this legacy continues.
I've never touched Mama Ruta with my blood, but I have touched she with the spiritually. My spiritually and her spiritually, and always with the word that she likes to address us as a youth. So as a youth, I will like to see this our surrounding in Freiburg take the empowerment to show the respect of Mama Ruta, and to show everything what Mama Ruta has do for us and has done for us as a youth.
Well, thank you very much. There, one of the young people sharing some insights, about what he'd like to see in this community, the respect to continue. That someone emerged from Freiburg, from these dusty streets. That legacy should continue here, but the visuals that you are seeing, we're expecting any minute now for the proceedings to get underway here at the Huhudi Cemetery, the final resting place, and essentially President Jacob Zuma has already taken his seat there. The family has also taken their seats behind him, and the national flag will be removed from the coffin. That will be given to the family, and certainly this is the final goodbye for the people of Huhudi, of Freiburg, of the Northwest, and certainly many others have emerged from the Northwest province, played a critical role. Of course, you'd remember as well the likes of Moses Kotane as well as J.B. Marks, who were repatriated just recently back to South Africa from Russia, again symbolizing exiles in that country during very difficult times. Well, as you can see on the screen, we're still waiting for the cortege to make its way into the Huhudi Cemetery. You can also see occupying the front row there the Speaker of Parliament, Mamubalek Ambete. Quite a rich history in politics. In 1976, the ANC sent Mama Ruth to represent South Africa and its women at the Women's International Democratic Federation. And we understand that it was in that role that she again displayed, immense leadership roles in the struggles of women, of children, and of the oppressed, certainly of the world. Long-time friend, struggle partner, if you may, and spoke very fondly of her comrades. You see there on your screen at the moment, Mama Sophie de Bruyn.
1, 2.
Now, one of Mama Ruth's, more prominent roles, amongst the many, of course, that she occupied, she was also the head of the ANC's Board of Religious Affairs. After returning from one of those postings abroad, the ANC had also appointed her as its chief representative in the United Kingdom and Western Europe. Of course, that was between 1981 and 1983. The internationalist that she was really saw her also returning to Lusaka to serve in the executive of the women's section and worked with religious communities there as well. So when we speak about Mama Ruth Mompati, we speak about someone who galvanized not just in South Africa, not just on the African continent, but also galvanized support against the brutality back then. Not just on the continent, but also abroad. I also made a bit of reference a bit earlier to the fact that after Mama Ruth had been, or rather she'd lost her job as a teacher, she moved to Johannesburg and became a typist at the Mandela Tambo Attorneys, where she worked side by side with the late greats that have passed as well. And reference is also made to a time that struggle icon Oliver Tambo had said that Mama Ruth was one of the best secretaries that they had worked with. Symbolizing commitment in everything that she did. When the ANC, of course, met with its second national consultative conference in 1985 in Zambia, it was then that Mama Ruth was elected to the National Executive Committee, and in that capacity, she was appointed to serve as an administrative secretary in the Secretary General's office. The cortege is now just about to make its way into the Huhudi Cemetery. Lots of ululating, standing along the fence, as you can see, towards the cortege there. As the cortege moves just a little bit forward, you would see the people exactly behind that gate on your screen there. The people of Freiburg here to pay their last respects. Well, as you can see, the cortege, accompanied, of course, by the military, the SANDF towards the back as well. The final resting place of a beacon of hope for all women in South Africa. Many can certainly say, siyaziqhenya ngomama Ruth Mompati, in that women occupy positions today that they never thought they would occupy. The ululating is absolutely phenomenal. They're lining the streets. I'm going to speak to, in a very short while, one of the community members as well, who will certainly speak very fondly of Mama Ruth as well. And at the home of Mama Ruth in Khanyisa, there are many people who take pride in the person and the abilities and the struggles of Mama Ruth. Proud that she served this country with dignity. And a demonstration certainly of that commitment. You know, the many awards that Mama Ruth had received during her time. You know, in 1996, the Northwest University awarded her an honorary master's degree in education. And there it comes up again, the issue of education and what it is that she stood for. And the then also Medical University of South Africa, which is now Sefako Makgatho Health Sciences University, also awarded her an honorary doctorate. If you've just joined us, you're watching a live broadcast now during the final phase of laying South Africa's struggle icon, Mayor Ruth Mompati, to rest here at the Huhudu Cemetery. And just some information, that many, would want to absorb about the greatness that we are laying to rest this afternoon. In 1996, Mama Ruth was invited by the University of Texas in the United States of America to deliver a role or a speech or lecture on the role of the African National Congress in the peaceful transition to a democratic South Africa. It was after that the university there, the Hudson Tilston University in Austin, Texas, had then established a scholarship in her name. It was and is still called the Dr. Ruth Mompati Scholarship Fund. While we will not be able to broadcast the coffin as it is being released, the family has asked, of course, that that particular part, of course, be preserved for the invited guests who are here and for the family, of course, to keep that dignity and that respect. So you will not be able to see the coffin as it is going down. But I will tell you, just describe to you what it is that I'm seeing here. The flag, the national flag, is now being removed from the coffin. And then what will happen is that once that flag has been removed, it will be handed over to and as you can see, receiving the flag there is the President of the Republic. Now in the hands of the family, as would be the case in a funeral of this nature, that flag be removed from the coffin or the casket and be given to the family. Very emotional time, certainly for the Mompati family and the person who received that flag on behalf of the family. You would see that she gave a very beautiful tribute, very sad tribute to Ruth.
I have placed before you an open door that no one can shut. This is the hour to receive God's favor. We believe that beyond absence, there is presence. Beyond the pain, there is healing. Beyond the brokenness, there is wholeness. Beyond the turmoil, there is peace. Beyond the hurting, there is heaven. Beyond the fightings, there is forgiveness. Beyond the silence, God speaks. Amen.
Judgment. Attention. Slap. General salute. Present.
The final resting place of Mama Ruth Mompati back home here at Huhudi Cemetery in Freiburg.
Attention! Attention! Salute! 2-1. Quick! Left! Right! Down! Right! Up! Right! Up! Right! Left! Quick! Up! Right! Slip! Up! Right! Up! Right! Up! Right! Left! Up! Right! Left! Up! Right! Up! Right! Up! Right! Left!
Commander-in-Chief, permission to withdraw, for that concludes the military honors. And now I hand over to the program director, the Honorable Minister, Jeff Khadebe.
Thank you. There will now be a committal which will be conducted by Reverend N. Onswaleng. Reverend.
Gare a ka ratla le sepe mo lefatsheng le gone gare ka ke ratswa le sepe lorole lo boela mo mbung jaaka lone lo ntse mme mowa wone o boela ko modimong o neileng morena o neile morena o tlositse a go bakwe leina la morena. Amen.
Well, I'm afraid that's all we have time for here from the Huhudi Cemetery, the final resting place of Mayor Ruth Mompati. Certainly a life that was very well lived, who gave immensely and dedicated her life to the liberation of the people of this country, certainly until her death. And we're hearing quite a lot about what she did even after being away from the public face of politics, still doing or did much more for her community here in Vryburg. A life well lived for the people of this country and a true champion of women in South Africa. It's goodbye from us here at the Huhudi Cemetery in Vryburg. I'm going to hand now to my colleague, Tepo Ikaning.
Go bua morena yo dumela mo gona lefaswa le fa go ntse jalo tla tshela mme le fa ile manyo tsela nga ba dumela mo gona ka nke a shwela lo le amen.
We wrap up this broadcast. Would like to say that thanks very much to our viewers at home. From myself and my colleague Vuyo Mfoko, we're saying it's bye-bye to you from here at the sports grounds in Vryburg in the Northwest Province.
Well, thanks, many thanks there to my colleagues in Freiburg who were covering that special funeral service for the late struggle icon Ruth Mompati. It's now